Daisuke's lost his last 2 outings, but he'll try to sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks today in Game 3 of the series. Hi again, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, as always, joined by Jerry Rummy. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. Once again, the Red Sox have to deal with Randy Johnson. This time, he's in an Arizona Diamondbacks uniform.
And pitching very well for Arizona. Quite a resume that Randy Johnson has had throughout his major league career, of course, coming back to Arizona from New York. But you look at the strikeout numbers, third most all-time behind Nolan Ryan, who will probably never be caught, and Roger Clemens. They'll go back and forth all season long. The 4 straight Cy Young Awards, 15 wins against the Red Sox. The only guy that has more is Mike Messina, and against Boston in his last 10 games, that 7-1 record with the 4.87. You know, Randy never looked comfortable with the New York Yankees. Even though he did win some games against the Boston Red Sox, he just did not look the same, and I don't think he was healthy. He had off-season back surgery. He started the season on the disabled list, and right now is pitching very well. As a matter of fact, the people around the Arizona Diamondbacks tell us that he's back in the mid-90s with his fastball. We didn't see that with the Yankees, so you put that in with this nasty slider and the split-fingered fastball, and it's the Randy Johnson of old.
Should be a great matchup today. It's Daisuke against the big unit from Arizona.
Differently the same.
Janet is so lame.
Totally lame.
She only brings McDonald's to bribe people to do her work.
Ridiculous.
Probably get started on Janet's invoices, huh?
Yeah.
The only thing better than a sausage McMuffin with egg? 2 of them for just $3. Yeah, that'll make you do things.
Janet's dry cleaning.
Janet's dog.
To provide comfort as well as confidence, tenderness as well as technology, compassion as well as care, to teach as well as touch, to feel safe as well as sound, to hear laughter as well as heartbeats. Maine Medical Center, centered around you.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience. StubHub!
Closed captioning provided by Finagle Bagel, Boston's best sandwich, soup, salad, and of course Bagel Cafe, with 20 locations in Eastern Mass.
Time for New England to deal with game break. A-Rod with a couple of homers at Yankee Stadium as New York goes for the sweep of Pittsburgh. This is his 2nd of the day, 24th of the season, to lead Major League Baseball and lead the Yankees to a 13-6 lead. They're in the bottom of the 8th. Down in the Bronx, Yankees looking for a season-high 6th straight win. Back here in our NESN HD Television Center, Tom Karen along with Ken Maka. We just heard Don and Jerry talk about Randy Johnson. If there's one downside to what the big unit's doing right now, he's still limited. Off-season surgery, he's only pitched more than 6 innings once all year. Sox are pretty good at wearing guys out when they know that.
Even when he pitched one of the games, I think it was against the Mets, he pitched 1 hitter. He had 79 pitches. They took him out of the game. So I think they still have some concern with his health.
We see the lineup, and against Randy Johnson, J.D. Drew out of the lineup, David Ortiz out of the lineup. Of course, no designated hitter, so Big Papi taking the day off after playing first base in the last couple. What that does do is give you a couple of pretty good hitters on the bench.
Oh, absolutely, and we saw in last night's game, Mike Lowell comes up, he gets the call. Somebody that's had a lot of at-bats gets into the tight situation and winds up delivering with a sac fly.
Daisuke Matsuzaka, 7 quality starts in his 12 starts on the season. Last time around, 130 pitches. Pitched very well in that 2-0 loss. Clearly, if there were any reins on Daisuke Matsuzaka, they've been removed. He's pitching deep now.
Well, but I think with 130 pitches, there's going to be some concern today. I'd be surprised if he gets very much over 100. I think right around 100 are probably the thing. And then, you know, he's going to get an extra day. They stay on the 5-man, he'll get an extra day. So that's something I'm sure Terry's looked at.
We talked in the pregame show, Ken, about trying to get Jonathan Papelbon enough work. We heard Jerry Remy say that he is available today despite 24-25 pitches last night. How tough is that for a manager to get the closer enough work to stay sharp and yet be cognizant of those shoulder issues?
Well, I'm sure he went to Jonathan, said, how do you feel? Just looking at his demeanor as he walked off the mound last night, it was like, oh, it's about time, you know. So I'm sure he's chomping at the bit. He wants to get back in there. Terry's going to have to temper that a little bit with the concern of the health.
All right, 14th save of the season for Papelbon last night. The Red Sox looking for the sweep. We're going to send you back to Arizona for Game 3 between the Sox and Diamondbacks right after this.
Rise and shine, New England, it's Monday. Let's check in on today's traffic. For that, we go down to the road.
Think big. Think Monday. Supersize your weekends with Red Sox Monster Monday. An extra 30 minutes live every game day Monday, home or away. 5:30 is the new prime time. Red Sox Monster Monday. What is Sox appeal? Boy meets girl. Boy and girl watch game. Boy and girl watch game and each other. You and I watch them watching the game and each other. Who's got more game at the game? Find out each week on Sox Appeal, a new original Nesson entertainment series premiering July 18th. We're making romance a reality, one game at a time. Just when you thought the season couldn't get any better. Red Sox win! It's June, and we're just getting warmed up. We've got the month jam-packed with interleague action, including the Giants' first visit to Fenway. Catch the Charlie Moore Summer of Fun. All new episodes every Sunday all summer long. And the premiere of Globe 10.0, presented by Verizon and hosted by Bob Ryan. If you miss Globe 10.0, you miss the point. It's June on Nesson, and the season's just beginning.
Remain standing as we honor the United States of America and all of our servicemen and women with the singing of our national anthem. The Arizona Diamondbacks invite you to join in the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner, performed by Kimberly Gunn.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
How about a nice round of applause for Kimberly Gunn?
Boston Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, the New England Subaru dealers, Foxwoods Resort Casino, the New England Dodge dealers, Rico, and by New England Toyota dealers. Good afternoon once again, everybody. Welcome to Chase Field in Arizona, where the roof is closed. Near 100 degrees outside, so they keep it closed here for this third and final game of the series. Randy Johnson makes his way to the mound as a little different look here from Chase Field with the roof closed. Let's check out the visiting starting nine for the Red Sox, brought to you by New England Dodge Dealers. Julio Lugo at the top of the order for the Red Sox at shortstop, with Coco Crisp in center field. Kevin Youkilis at first base. Manny Ramirez out in left. Jason Varitek does the catching, batting in the 5th spot today. Mike Lowell batting 6th at third base. Willie Mopena getting the start in right field, batting 7th. Dustin Pedroia at second base bats 8th, and Daisuke Matsuzaka will bat for the first time in the major leagues. On the mound as the starting pitchers are brought to you by Panasonic. It's Randy Johnson.
Well, Randy Johnson has been pitching very well. Over his last 4 starts, he has a record of 3-0 with a 1.52 ERA. In that span, he has struck out 33 while walking only 1 batter. Of course, in his career against the Red Sox, 15-7. That's in 29 games and 28 starts against Boston teams. And you know, they tell us, Don, that he is back to being Randy Johnson. They say his fastball consistently has been in the mid-90s. We didn't see that as a member of the New York Yankees. The Arizona defense is brought to you by New England Ford dealers. They are currently 8th in the National League with 39 errors on the season. Chad Tracy just coming off the DL, back in the lineup at third base today. Stephen Drew at shortstop, Orlando Hudson at second, and Connor Jackson, the first baseman. Left to right, Eric Burns, Chris Young, and Carlos Quinton, and Chris Snyder doing the catching for Randy Johnson.
Umpiring crew: Chris Guccione has a play today for the umpires. Chad Fairchild at first base, Mike Riley at second base, and Jeff Kellogg is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
Julio Lugo about to get it started here for the Red Sox in the top half of the first inning. He hits at .214, 4 homers, and 34 runs batted in. Well, Jerry, you're talking about the velocity for Randy Johnson again. It appears that he was never healthy, according to some who follow the Diamondbacks. When he was in New York, that back problem plagued him a great deal. Of course, having surgery during the offseason, a herniated disc in his lower back. It was discovered during an MRI exam. The first pitch of this one's in there for a strike over the outside corner.
And I think Randy Johnson much more comfortable here in Arizona than at any point in New York as a member of the New York Yankees.
Started kind of badly for him right out of the gate, as he had not been introduced yet to the New York media. Of course, had the scuffle with the cameraman in New York, and it really was not a great time for Randy Johnson in New York. Look at the numbers for him. Still a pretty good record, 34-19. Not the dominant big unit we're used to seeing, as Lugo foul tips it into the catcher's mitt, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, Johnson so far this season with 61 strikeouts in 47 2/3 innings.
Lugo, Crisp, and then Youkilis here in the first inning. Makes quick work of Lugo. Strikeout number 1 for Randy Johnson.
Well, you could see Snyder there. He wanted to elevate with the fastball. He doesn't get the fastball up that high, but no contact by Lugo. That ball right down the heart of the plate, about belt high.
One down for Coco Crisp. Starts today at .224 with a home run and 16 runs batted in. There's 2 for his last 20. And 6 for his last 42, hitting at .143 over the last 12 games. Swing and a miss, and a ball and a strike.
Now, Don, you mentioned the roof closed here today. First time it's been closed in this series. It's close to 100 degrees outside, but also in day games here, they say the shadows are just terrible. So for most of the day games, they do have the roof closed.
1-2 to Crisp.
First slider from Randy Johnson. He's got the fastball, the slider, and of course the split-fingered fastball.
Popped up, backing out of play off to the right. It hangs at 1-2. You highlighted some of the strikeout numbers for Randy Johnson off the top today. His 3,000th strikeout was Mike Lowell back on September 10th of 2000 when Mike was with the Florida Marlins. He picked up his 4,000th strikeout in 2004, June 29th, against Jeff Cirillo of the Padres at the time. As pitch outside makes it 2-2 now to Crisp. Lines it into left field, a base hit. First base runner of the day for Boston. It's a ringing single for Coco Crisp.
Well, Coco only 2 for his last 20, but a decent success against Randy Johnson. Now 3 for 8 against Johnson in his career, as he takes that fastball and hooks it into left field for the base hit.
So 1 out, 1 on, and it brings up Kevin Youkilis. 338 to start the day for Youkilis. 8 homers, 32 runs batted in. Starts today 5th in the American League in batting average. They get Crisp picked off. Jackson will run him back. Now Orlando Hudson will apply the tag. And we're going to send him to second base here.
Well, they're going to call obstruction. When you don't have the ball, you cannot be in the way of the base runner, and I think that's what happens here, as Connor Jackson, I don't think, had the baseball, and then that's when he was interfered with Coco Crisp. First of all, I think Coco, the best thing to do would have been just keep going to second base, make that first baseman try to throw you out there. Then he got caught in the rundown, and then, you know, once you don't have the ball, if you don't have the ball, then you can be run into by that runner, and it becomes an obstruction. Clearly picked off here, but Coco decides to stop. They start to run him back, and right there, as you can see, after he released the ball, Coco Crisp runs directly into him as he's trying to get back to first base, and they're going to call that obstruction.
So Crisp is granted second base. Bob Melvin has been out there since that point, and he'll wrap up the conversation. Randy Johnson throwing some warm-up tosses in between.
I'm not sure Coco intended to do that. It's almost like he, just kind of ran into him. But base runners will try to do that. If the ball is not in the hand of the player, run into him and hope you get the call.
Well, Crisp and the Red Sox do this time, and in the scoring position is Crisp with 1 out. Youkilis has not yet seen a pitch. Has now, and it's in there for a strike. Youkilis starting the day 5th in the American League in batting average. Maglio Ordonez on top of the American League right now, getting a 367 to set the pace. And Posada, Polanco, Guerrero, and Youkilis in the top 5 in the AL. 0-2.
3, 4, and 5 hitters have very decent numbers against Johnson. Youkilis at 308, Ramirez with 5 home runs, and Veritek with a 304 average.
Johnson backs off, sending Crisp back to the bag at second. Youkilis 1 for 5 in the series so far against Arizona. Has hit safely now in 27 of the last 29 games. This player profile is brought to you by Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox cable network. Snyder out to talk to Randy Johnson. Johnson having surgery to repair the herniated disc in his lower back in October of last year in the offseason. A similar procedure had been performed on his back in 1996. Same doctor handling both procedures for Randy Johnson. Youkilis slips a fly ball to shallow center. Chris Young now coming on hard. He started slow but makes the adjustment as Crisp gets back on the bag at second with now 2 down in the inning. So two-way, Crisp at second base, and here's Manny Ramirez returning to the Red Sox lineup. And last night off and back in there today after a 2-for-3 game in the first game of the series. Starts the day at .293 with 8 homers and 33 runs batted in. He's been hitting at a .358 clip over the last 36 games. Inside, and Manny drops the bat trying to get out of the way. It's already been hit once in this series. Johnson buzzing him here in the first at bat.
Right back in on the hands of Manny Ramirez, just drops the bat.
In again and down this time, and it's 2-0. Friday night hit with a pitch on the wrist area. Andrew Gonzalez getting him. He was down a while, but was okay by all accounts. And got a day off, more than out because of the injury last night in game 2 of the series. Ortiz starts the game on the bench for the Red Sox, and Manny back in that starting lineup as he takes ball 3-0. Jason Varitek batting in the 5 spot with J.D. Drew out of the lineup today.
And that's because Jason Varitek's numbers against Johnson very good. I don't know if Randy Johnson thinks that Coco Crisp is giving away location, but he's had a lot of long looks back at him at second base.
Missed with his last 3, ready with the 3-0 pitch. And he'll miss with the 4th one. Or did he? And Manny's looking back. Manny's going down to first. Manny started, then stopped. And heads down to first. Randy Johnson wanted it for a strike, but it's ball 4. Two on, 2 down in the Boston first. With Crisp at second base, Ramirez at first, and here's Varitek. Jason, the great night last night, driving in 3 of the Red Sox 4 runs. A 2-run home run, his 7th of the year, to go along with a .274 average and 31 runs batted in. Strike 1 to Varitek. The key matchup is brought to you by Molson. Varitek against Randy Johnson at .304 with a couple of home runs. Varitek against lefties this season, hitting at .333. Ball and a strike to the Red Sox captain. Crisp at second, Ramirez at first, 2 down. Varitek with a swing and a miss.
Maybe the best slider Johnson's featured so far in the game. Shot breaking slider and down to Jason Varitek.
Varitek chops it foul outside of third base. He'll do it again with a count of 1-2. Ninth start of the season for Randy Johnson, the 565th career big league appearance for him. 33 career victories, ties him for 29th in the all-time list with Jim Cott, Fergie Jenkins. Ahead of Veritek, 1-2. Red Sox have 2 on, 2 down, and Johnson backing off again.
Can't get on the same page with Fritz Snyder as catcher right now on this 2-strike count to Veritek.
They elevate and strike out Veritek. They got on the same page that time, and the Red Sox strand 2. Diamondbacks coming up.
These low fares to your favorite vacation destinations start at just $59. Book yours at southwest.com.
My neighbor drove all over town to find the best deal on a cell phone. I just logged on to Let's Talk. They make it easy to compare plans from all major carriers and find cell phone deals that are much cheaper than retail.
Like the hot BlackBerry Pearl with music and video player, a $369 value, yours free after mail-in rebate and new calling plan.
Let's Talk has the best prices, the best plans, and the most free phones guaranteed.
Log on to 25letstalk.com or call now to order your BlackBerry Pearl. Let's Talk, the smarter way to shop for cell phones. So log on or call now.
Hey, man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take the, oh. No. Hey, guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom. Get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah. I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
Red Sox don't score in the top of the first. Diamondbacks coming up in their half of the first. Their lineup is brought to you by Rico. Eric Burns at the top of it in left field with Chris Young in center field. Orlando Hudson at second base. Chad Tracy fresh off the disabled list at third with Connor Jackson at first. Steve Andrew at shortstop. Carlos Quinton in right field. Chris Snyder doing the catching, batting eighth. And Randy Johnson bats ninth. The starting pitcher is brought to you by Panasonic, and today for the Red Sox, it's Daisuke Matsuzaka.
Well, Matsuzaka trying to stop a 2-game losing streak, although pitched very well last time out against Oakland. That was a 2-0 loss for the Red Sox. That's the game that Lenny Donato pitched so well against Boston. Obviously his first appearance ever against the Arizona Diamondbacks. 7-4 on the season for Matsuzaka. The Red Sox defense is brought to you by a Boston area Lexus dealers, currently 10th in the league with 40 errors in 61 games. Mike Lowell at third base, Julio Lugo the shortstop, Dustin Pedroia at second, and Kevin Youkilis at first. Left to right, Manny Ramirez, Coco Crisp, and Willie Mo Pena, and Jason Veritek doing the catching for Daisuke.
Another big crowd on hand here today, as last night the largest crowd they've ever had here at Chase Field. And that includes the World Series games. Daisuke is ready. Eric Burns is, and the pitch. Taking ball one.
We got lucky last night getting out of here, Don. I'll tell you that.
Yes.
We hit absolutely no traffic. It was unbelievable.
That's because we beat the 49,826 out the door. If you waited another 5 minutes, we would have been in a world of trouble.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. We got on that bridge, and we got over that bridge. It was nobody, and it was great.
49,826, a Chase Field record, surpassing the previous high at 49,707, which was Game 6 of the 2001 World Series. Crisp going a long way out towards center field to get back there onto the track to make the catch. I don't think at first he realized how hard it was hit. He didn't break into a sprint till late, but he makes the running grab.
You know, it's a long way out there, 413 of those corners, but we've seen a number of balls hit out in that direction in this series. As I mentioned, the ball travels very well here in Arizona, even with the roof closed. Coco covering a lot of ground back to the warning track to make the catch there on Burns.
One down here in the first for Chris Young. Center fielder. It's a .254, 8 homers and 22 runs batted in. Daisuke starts off ahead. Chris Young 0 for 4 in the game last night and 0 for the series. He's 0 for 8 in 2 games. And he's been struggling lately, just 3 for his last 22. The Diamondbacks have their homestand come to an end today. They will travel to New York to begin a series against the Yankees on Tuesday, and then also to Camden Yards as part of their next trip.
And the Yankees are playing good baseball. They beat Pittsburgh today 13-6. Another big day for Aaron.
6 in a row now for the Yankees. Starting to figure it out, especially offensively. They've won 9 of their last 11 games. Strike 3 call. Chris Young's gone, 2 away. First strikeout for Daisuke today.
See, that's the Daisuke cutter that he throws inside to the right-handed hitter. They quit on it, and it cuts and picks up the inside corner. I mentioned in that last outing in Oakland, he'll throw the cutter to the inside part of the plate to the outside part of the plate.
Two down for Orlando Hudson, second baseman for the Diamondbacks at .294, 6 homers and 34 runs batted in. Hudson's 3 for 7 in the series, had a couple of hits last night, going 2 for 4. His 17th multi-hit game of the season. He's always playing great defense for the Diamondbacks, as he did as a member of the Toronto Blue Jays for 4 seasons. His second year here in Arizona, he won the Gold Glove in his last year in Toronto in 2005. Followed it up by coming to the National League for the first time and winning a Gold Glove in the NL in Arizona last season. Daisuke falling behind 3-0. Chad Tracy, fresh off the disabled list, waits on deck. Taken all the way and taking a strike that time is Hudson, 3-1. Well, you mentioned, Jerry, the back-to-back losses for Daisuke. In Cleveland, losing 8-4, and then running into Lenny DiNardo at Oakland, who shut down the Red Sox. The 2-0 victory for the A's, part of this road trip. Another strike, and it's a full count to Hudson.
There's that cutter again on the 3-1 count. Starts it away and comes back to pick up the outside part of the plate. Pitch that Hudson gave up on.
All 4, first base runner of the day for the D-backs.
Third baseman, number 18.
So Hudson's on, 2 down, and it brings up Chad Tracy. His return after some rehab assignments in Tucson at AAA, activated today. And on the DL since May 16th with a left rib cage soreness. So he had 311 with a home run and 14 runs batted in at the time of being placed on the disabled list as he takes the strike. Played in 3 rehab games for Tucson prior to being activated today. And he was really having a very good season prior to being placed on the disabled list, and 467 in the last 10 games. Pick up where he left off.
Hudson over at first base with 2 steals on the season. He has also been caught 2 times. Not a lot of speed throughout this young lineup for the Diamondbacks.
Two and 1 now to Tracy.
Matter of fact, most of the speed right at the top with Eric Burns, who has 11 steals, and then Young with 6.
Chad Tracy in the midst of a 3-year deal here with the Diamondbacks that he signed in May of last year. An extension that'll take him through 2009, a club option for 2010. Daisuke missing high, and it's 3-1. Daisuke pitching well last time out, 7 innings and 2 runs, but was bettered by Lenny DiNardo, who gave up just 2 hits over 6 scoreless innings as part of the victory for the Athletics. Swing and a miss and a full count now. It's quite the surprise for the Red Sox running into Lenny DiNardo as part of a series in which the Red Sox really could not get the bats going. It wasn't until they arrived here in Arizona that they started to feel like their old selves as far as the hitters went. As that Oakland pitching kind of stymied them, the Red Sox able to take 1 game, but it took a 1-hitter from Curt Schilling to grab that game. Tracy strikes out. Second strikeout for Daisuke. The Diamondbacks are gone. We played 1, no score from Arizona.
I've got it.
We've got it.
We've got it.
Got what? Health insurance. Massachusetts residents are now required to have it. And the state's Health Connector makes it more affordable and easier to get.
I've got it. Me too.
Call or go to our website to compare plans, get information, and choose the right plan for you. Get preventive care and medical and financial protection.
I'm getting it. I've used it.
We've got it.
Get health insurance now through the state's Health Connector.
Your resume looks solid. 10 years experience, huh?
That's correct.
Impressive. And you have references?
Millions.
Nice. Well, I'd say you've got all the qualifications we're looking for. Does everyone agree?
Looks good to me.
So I can make all the calls I want? Sweet.
With 10 years of experience and over 2 million customers, Comcast is ready to be your phone company. Sign up for Comcast Digital Voice with unlimited nationwide calling. Plus, add Comcast high-speed internet and get both for just $69 per month for 1 year. So call today.
Charlie, Henry, wake up.
Tom.
You're wasting your time sleeping when you could be texting.
Left hand on top, right hand, sending a picture message. Nothing says it like a text message.
Dad.
Text IM, Pix, and Flicks as much as you want to anyone on any network in the U.S. when you switch to the new Verizon Wireless Family Share Plan. Buy Dad an LG and make him an ESPN MVP. Only with VCast. Verizon Wireless.
The road to Fenway continues tomorrow night at McCoy Stadium as the Pawtucket Red Sox take on the Ottawa Lynx live at 7 o'clock. Don Orsillo's going to be there. See the Stars at tomorrow night. Play today. That's tomorrow at 7 only on NESN. I understand Don is going to be there watching the game. And he's also going to be selling the bobbledesk down at Pawtucket tomorrow night. So that'll be a great thing.
You can always get your bobbledesk at NESNstore.com, and I will be there. I'm taking my daughter Sydney tomorrow night to McCoy Stadium. Looking forward to that. We'll see Abe Alvarez. It's the Ottawa Lynx. Mike Lowell stands in to begin things here in the 2nd inning. As he takes the strike over the outside corner.
Now, do you get the VIP section treatment when you get down there?
Not necessary. I just want to watch the game. It'll be great to see Ben Mondor, and Mike Tamboro, and Schweckheimer, and all the guys who do such a great job in Pawtucket. I understand John Henry and Tom Werner were at McCoy Stadium last night. Holyoke, Mass here. What is going on with the picture of you there? That was pretty good. It looks like you were in the middle of a deep conversation.
Oh, it looked like, what was I, holding a broom? Sweeping the garage, maybe.
Swing and a miss. Gold. Evens the count now at 2-2. Let's check this out. Ah, the broom, I see.
Drinking from the Stanley Cup, too, it looks like. I don't know. Hard to tell. Anyway, we hope this finger problem for Lowell is not going to be a lingering thing.
Lifts this to left field as Eric Burns comes in a few steps and makes the catch.
He rolled over in the game at the Fenway Park against the Yankees on Sunday. on this ground ball. You could see that when he came up that his hand was hurting, that left thumb. And of course that plays a major role in swinging the bat. That's the bottom hand on the bat for Mike Lowell. And he has had his problems swinging the bat on this road trip. Had that big sacrifice last night, of course. But that's something that is going to be a lingering thing. I have a bad feeling, you know, that it's going to just hang around for him.
So that it is kind of a nagging thing for him, that he thinks he can play through it, and that rest is not going to be something that will help it. So he's just going to have to grind it out. A sprained ligament is what they called it. As Willie Mo Pena in the lineup today for the Red Sox in right field. In center field, and a base hit for Willie Mo.
Now Willie Mo has faced Randy Johnson now 16 times, and that is his second hit against the big unit.
Second baseman number 15, Dustin Pedroia.
Because not many fastballs that Willie Mo Pena can't turn around.
And brings up Dustin Pedroia, bats with 1 out and 1 on. Dustin hitting at .315, 2 homers and 16 runs batted in. It's just 2 for his last 15 over the last 5 games. And 1 for 5 so far in this series against the Diamondbacks.
This has been kind of a fun trip out here to Arizona. Of course, we have not been here since a couple of years ago in a spring training game, but I can't believe how many Red Sox fans are out in this area.
Been incredible. They have been loud during the entire series too. There's a strike over the outside corner, 2-1. We've had a bunch of people who work here in Arizona who are Boston transplants coming in to say hello as well.
Yeah, who was it today? The head of security?
Yes, coming in to say hello. He's from Winchester.
I believe so, yeah.
Strike 2, and it's 2-2 now to Pedroia. Named the American League Rookie of the Month for the month of May, hitting at .415 in 21 games in May. He's also the American League Player of the Week, May 28th through June 3rd. Drives it foul to the backstop, and it's still 2-2. A fun trip, I think, for Dustin Pedroia. Get a chance to see friends and family when in Oakland against the A's, and then coming here. We had gone to college in Arizona. So it's been a fun trip for the rookie second baseman for the Red Sox. And always a Sun Devil to these folks. Swings at the 2-2 and lifts it foul down the right field line, back and out of play. Dustin was at Arizona State University as one of 5 finalists for the 2004 Golden Spikes Award. A 3-time first team all Pac-10 selection. Hit to .384, 71 doubles and 14 homers in 3 seasons at ASU. And a .466 on base percentage. Strikes out this time. 3rd strikeout for Randy Johnson. There's 2 down in the 2nd.
All 3 strikeouts so far for Johnson have been on the fastball. This time he goes up against Dustin Pedroia with that cross-seam fastball to pick up the strikeout. That ball about what a high.
Well, here is Daisuke Matsuzaka to make his batting debut in the major leagues in Japan, a league which did have the designated hitter. The league he played in, he hit at 211. And of course, they have interleague play as well, so a chance to bat. That's why the 211 batting average. 1 homer and 3 RBIs in his career.
I watched him take BP the other day. Not a bad swing. Of course, that's in batting practice. We'll see what happens against Randy Johnson.
A lot of good swings at 5 o'clock. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. Julian Tavares last night had a bunt single off Micah Owings in the top of the 2nd inning. Daisuke gets a piece, stay alive, and also got a piece of Chris Snyder.
He's got a little bit of Hideki Matsui, doesn't he, where he kind of looks up at the bat.
He's a pretty good guy to emulate. The hit last night for Tavares, the first hit for a Red Sox pitcher since June of last year. And they won't get one this time as Daisuke strikes out. 4 Ks for Randy Johnson. 1.5 done, no score from the desert.
With Friendly's Chicken Strips Baskets, sharing has never been so easy. Try our Honey Barbecue Chicken Strips Basket. Tender chicken served sweet and tangy. Or our Kickin' Buffalo Chicken Strips with a cool side of blue cheese. Stop in and try any of our Chicken Strips Baskets. And chill out with an iced latte made with a bold blend of Sumatra coffee, mixed with fresh light cream and finished with a sweet mocha drizzle in a variety of flavors. This summer, grab a bite and chill at Friendly's. So come on, get in, get friendly.
Refreshing beer.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color that always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
Well, this Father's Day, surprise your dad with a gift from the Boston Globe store. There you'll find new books by Dan Shaughnessy, plus great sports memorabilia, photos, and more. Shop for Dad at the Boston Globe store online or call 1-888-665-2667. Well, 2 strikeouts for Matsuzaka in the first inning. He got Young on a cut fastball for his first strikeout. And then a straight fastball across seamer, down and in to Tracy. So Daisuke with 2 in his first inning. Randy Johnson has 4 in his 2 innings.
It'll be Connor Jackson, Stephen Drew, and Carlos Quentin to bat here for the Diamondbacks in the 2nd inning.
Fans from Mesa, Arizona, which is not too far from here in Phoenix.
Well, it's amazing. I didn't realize how close everything really is. I mean, Scottsdale, not far from our hotel, and we're in Phoenix right there. It really is a beautiful area and is growing very quickly. We've not been here since the end of the 2005 spring training when the Red Sox were here and played a couple of exhibition games. The only time that they have played prior to this during the regular season, a sweeping by the Arizona Diamondbacks at Fenway Park back in 2002, June 7th through the 9th, which Miguel Batista, Curt Schilling, and Rick Helling able to beat the Red Sox in 3 games at Fenway. Red Sox have taken the first 2 here in 2007. And Schilling now a member of the Red Sox for that matter. Jackson leading it off, pops it up. Youkilis in the foul ground. Out number 1, Tina Cervasio.
4.
Don, the night before Daisuke Matsuzaka pitches, he generally never speaks to the media, but he was happy to talk to the Japanese media last night because Masui Kawata, who is a relief pitcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates, was promoted to the major leagues last night. He is a 38-year-old major league rookie from Japan, and he was a teammate, actually, of Hideki Okajima with the Yomiuri Giants. Now, just like we know Matsuzaka was the hero of the Koshien High School Championships, well, many years before, Kawata was the same hero. He had the same status as a pitcher in Japan, and Matsuzaka has looked up to Kawata over these years. He was actually a teacher to him as Matsuzaka was developing in Japan. So when both Okajima and Matsuzaka heard that Kawata was called up yesterday, they're both very excited. Kawata wears the number 18, just like Matsuzaka, and he did get in against the Yankees today. We know that the Yankees did beat the Pirates. He pitched 2 innings and did allow 2 earned runs.
Okay, Tina, thank you very much. Nice story. Stephen Drew stands in. Did he go? No. You know, it's been fun, I think, for a lot of these guys coming over, certainly when they get a chance to play against each other. But we talked a little bit about it the other day, Jerry. It's been such a surprise that Hideki Okajima, who was really not that big a star over there in Japan, a guy that was a reliever and did not get the notoriety of Daisuke Matsuzaka, and how he's kind of exploded on the scene here in Boston unexpectedly.
Yeah, I don't think that he ever expected to get the opportunity to come pitch in the United States. And as we were told, he really didn't pay much attention to baseball over here, very unfamiliar with many of the players. His career was over in Japan, and all of a sudden he comes over, and he is just as big a story right now as Daisuke.
Oh, Daisuke, right from the get-go, his dream was to play here at some point. Not the same for Okajima.
Well, from what we understand, I mean, he never really took baseball all that serious over in Japan. I mean, he pitched and he was a relief pitcher and did fairly well, but had other interests in his life other than baseball, and all of a sudden he finds himself a major contributor to the Red Sox.
And another very good outing for him last night. 2 innings used in the game. This is driven to deep right. Stephen Drew back to the track, but there is Pena to make the catch. Drew homering in last night's game, a 2-run shot. Gives it a ride this time, but he's out number 2. So 2 down, and it'll bring up Carlos Quinton. 215, 4 homers, and 22 runs batted in. Was 0 for 4 in the ball game last night after not appearing in the first game of the series. Takes the strike and is quickly down 0-2.
I find it very interesting, the interaction between the Japanese media and Daisuke. There seems to be very little.
Yeah.
I mean, he just walks right by him. I don't know if he's the Manny of Japan, but I wouldn't put him in that category. But
Swing and a miss. Carlos Quinton strikes out 3 Ks for Daisuke. We played 2, no score from Arizona.
Welcome to Foxwoods. Can I take those for you?
Everybody break out. Everybody get loose now.
Everyone has a wild side. Let yours out at Foxwoods.
Everybody break out. Everybody get loose now. Everybody break out.
Would you like these back?
No, we're good.
Everybody break out.
Meet your wild side at Foxwoods. Have you driven the all-wheel drive Fusion? It beat out Camry and Accord in performance, handling, and styling. No wonder it's the fastest growing car in its segment. How about Ford Edge, the coolest crossover to hit the streets, with a class exclusive Vista roof and best-in-class horsepower. Right now, lease a Ford Fusion for just $199 a month or an Edge for just $269, and get a premium maintenance plan at no extra charge.
When you're on the go, you need the convenience, quality, and pricing that you'll always find at Extra Mart. Convenience. Everything you need is priced right and ready to go. Quality. Extra Mart has their own Extra Cafe Gourmet Coffee, delicious Deli Joe sandwiches, and Extra Fuels gasoline. Great prices. Extra Mart features everyday low prices and value specials. All this month at Extra Mart, 32-ounce vitamin water is specially priced at just $2 for $3. In every corner of New England, Extra Mart is just around your corner.
Tonight at 11:25, tune in Nesson and let Catherine Tappan wrap up your busy sports weekend in just 35 minutes. Catch Sports Desk Lights Out, presented by FW Webb. Tonight, Catherine will recap Patriots minicamp with defensive lineman Jarvis Green. Also, Clint Dempsey and Taylor Twellman will be in the studio to talk about the U.S. national soccer team. Catch Lights Out tonight and every Sunday at 11:25. The weekend is not over until it's Lights Out.
Top half of the third inning, it's Julio Lugo, Coco Crisp, and Kevin Youkilis to face Randy Johnson. Johnson with 4 strikeouts through the first 2 innings. As Lugo takes strike 1. Really brought up a point at the end of last inning about Daisuke Matsuzaka. It's funny, you know, they're around him every day, and just walking out, it seems like they take the same pictures over and over again of him coming out of the dugout. And he does kind of just walk by them. He doesn't kind of acknowledge them or say, oh, it's the same people every day, too.
I'm sure it's like anything else. I'm sure there are a few of them that he knows very well. I'm sure from his time in Japan. But there's also a lot of coverage here. People maybe he doesn't know at all. And it's kind of, I kind of get a kick out of the interaction between the Japanese media and him. There's very little.
Plus, he does his press conferences after he pitches, which he's always very cordial in. But between starts, it doesn't seem to be much interaction at all.
Slice foul to the backstop. It's still 1-2. Well, it certainly has been very interesting for us. We've watched it from afar with Ichiro, now 7 years. And Hideki Matsui from afar, but to see the coverage of Daisuke this year, I think going into it, we knew there was going to be a lot. It seems like there was a great many to begin the season as far as the media's gone. It does seem like it is a little smaller now. As Lugo strikes out, and that's 5 strikeouts for Randy Johnson. Second time Lugo's gone by way of the K.
And that time on a slider. It was a fastball in the first inning. This time a slider for the strikeout. The high for Johnson is 10. He did that 3 starts ago against the Pirates.
So 1 down, and it brings up Coco Crisp, who singled his first time up. The league leaders are brought to you by Olympia Sports. All-time strikeouts. You mentioned you think that's something that's never going to be caught, Nolan Ryan.
That's an incredible number, 5,714 strikeouts.
He's got 5 of them today. 2 1/3 innings. Inside, and it's 2-1 now to Crisp as Johnson wanted it, looking in. Seems Randy Johnson pitches angry. I'm sure most do and keep it inside, but he has the kind of that nasty scowl to him. And probably part of his effectiveness and intimidation over the years.
Well, it's intimidating enough when a guy is, what, 6'10", and by the time he releases the ball, it looks like he's right on top, and you're, you know, at mid-90s. And then when he looks angry, it just kind of adds to it.
Coco Crisp strikes out, 4 strikeouts in a row for Johnson, who's got it going on today, and that's 6 Ks.
Well, 6 so far. Lugo first of all with a fastball back in the first inning. And then he gets Jason Varitek on a fastball. Pedroia, fastball up. Matsuzaka, a fastball up. Lugo to the breaking ball for the strikeout, and the most recent on Coco Crisp, also a slider.
2 down for Kevin Youkilis, who takes the strike. Struck him out and very angry. I remember one particular play at Yankee Stadium. Must have been at least 3 years now, in which he was pitching against the Red Sox, and Johnny Damon was a member of the Red Sox, tried to bunt on him, and was barking at Damon and the rest of the Red Sox that day, Millar and others. In the shallow center field, Young coming in. And it's a 1-2-3 third for Johnson. We play 2.5, no score from the desert.
Flying to Philadelphia for business? If these 12 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to Philadelphia, maybe this will. You can fly from Manchester or Providence for just $29 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
We're America's largest refiner, and some of the vehicles we fuel don't travel on roads. For those that do, we make some of the cleanest gasoline on the planet, and every drop is performance guaranteed. And our employees contribute over 200,000 hours a year in our communities. We know you probably don't think about these things when you think of Valero. That's okay, just as long as when you do think of us, you think of this. Valero, the energy to take you anywhere.
Because Geico sounds like gecko. That's it. That's the only reason I'm here. The fact is, if Geico sounded like some other animal, like, I don't know, a puma, sure enough, there'd be some adorable little cat sitting here talking about Geico's low rates.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You can't even imagine the pressure. I mean, I've literally got like 2 seconds to capture your attention while simultaneously informing you that you could save hundreds on car insurance by switching to Geico. Quite frankly, I don't think it's even possible.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car.
Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by your local Lincoln Mercury dealers. Olympia Sports, the official sporting goods retailer of the New England Sports Network, and by Dunkin' Donuts. Last half of the third inning, scoreless from Arizona as Daisuke Matsuzaka is back on the mound.
Now, Don, I mentioned earlier in the week about a blood drive that we're sponsoring at the Rem Report. I don't know if anybody heard it because it was a late night game, so I want to make sure I get it out there. It's at Children's Hospital Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. 3 days from 10 to 3. On the final day, Friday, there's also going to be a blood mobile at the corner of Yorkie Way and Boylston Street in the Brooks Drugstore parking lot. So please go to the Rem Report for more information. But take part in this blood drive for Children's Hospital. 3 days. You'll get a free autographed T-shirt and a chance to win tickets to a game.
Thanks so much from you fans from Maine who are here as well. And I hope everybody gets out to the blood drive. You got some other stuff going on tomorrow too, right?
Do I?
I think so. You got
oh yeah, I got an appearance from Miller Lite tomorrow. It's up in New Hampshire. That's right. I'm glad you reminded me of that.
I hope you get there. Chris Snyder leads it off, the catcher. Arizona here on the bottom of the third inning. And Randy Johnson and Eric Burns. One and two to Chris Snyder. It's just 221, 4 homers and 12 runs batted in for Snyder. Late in the first game of the series was 1 for 3. On Friday night we saw Miguel Montero do the catching in last night's game. To third, picked nicely on the backhand by Mike Lowell, throwing plenty of time, run away.
Well, the ball hit pretty well by Snyder, but in the bow, thank you from Daisuke for that play from Mike Lowell. Lowell to the backhand. And a tough in-between hop. Gets the pro hop step to first base and a good accurate throw to get Snyder.
One down, 5 in a row, retired by Daisuke, and here's Randy Johnson. 1 for 13 so far in his return to the National League. No homers, no runs batted in.
That's a big strike zone, isn't it?
Yes.
And he stands almost straight up and down.
Throws it off to the right. He's down 0-2. To Lowell again. Johnson's out number 2.
Well, the San Francisco Giants will play their first ever series at Fenway Park next week, and you have a chance to witness this historic occasion from the Green Monster seats. The Red Sox Foundation is auctioning off Green Monster ticket packages for the Saturday, June 16th game that include your chance to watch batting practice for the Monster seats, complimentary food and beverages, and much more. To enter for your chance to win and benefit the Red Sox Foundation, visit redsox.com and click Foundation Ticket Auction link.
Two down, 6 in a row retired by Daisuke, and it brings up Eric Burns, who fly to the warning track in deep center field first time up. Burns was 0 for 5 in the game last night and snapped the Diamondbacks longest 15-game hitting streak, and also put an end to his 31st straight game of reaching base. Been the 4th longest franchise run of reaching safely at least once. This one is a fair ball. Burns will turn it on and head for second base. Pena over to dig it out. Apparently kicked up some chalk down that right field line, and it's the first base hit of the game for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, just a little slice down that right field line that just stays in fair territory. And Burns is now hit in 16 of his last 17 games. More of a slide at that time from Daisuke. Burns reaching out and slapping it right on the foul line. So with 2 outs, Burns with the double gets himself in a scoring position.
The previous base runner for the Diamondbacks was Orlando Hudson, who had walked in the first inning. It was Chris Young, the strikeout victim from the first inning. The ball foul down the right field line. Long run for Youkilis, but it's well back into the seats.
Well, for those who may have not seen the first 2 games of this series, a very young offense for these Arizona Diamondbacks. A lot of first-round picks that have eventually got themselves here to the big leagues. Kind of a veteran pitching staff. Ivan Hernandez, of course, part of that staff. We saw Davis in this series.
Fortunately, the Red Sox missed Brandon Webb in this series. Their pitching has been great. A 3.69 earned run average as a team. That's good for 4th in the National League. Couldn't hold up, and he's down 0-2. Burns at second base, 2 down. Arizona starts the day just a game back of the San Diego Padres in the National League West. The pitching as a group has been pretty good. The offense not so much. Hopped up, shallow right. Pedroia out, Pena in. Easier play for Willie Moe. Makes the catch. It ends the inning. 3 done from Arizona. No score.
On average, average, people run 11 minutes late. But with TD Bank North's more convenient hours, it doesn't matter. Banking that's faster, easier, hassle-free. We're TD Bank North.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Silverado. Best when you buy it. Best when you own it. Best in the long run. This is our best truck ever. The all-new Chevy Silverado. And now, get 0% APR on any 07 Silverado half-ton, or get $1,500 total cash back on every Silverado.
Come in today for the #1 selling trucks in Maine.
They've got the sharpest pencil in town. Now they just sit around that showroom figuring deals and whittling that old pencil down. They know that if you buy once, you're gonna be back. So instead of buying one, you're buying two, and that's a fact. They've got the sharpest pencil in town.
So come on down, neighbor. The coffee pot's on.
On average, people run 11 minutes late. But with TD Bank North's more convenient hours, it doesn't matter. Banking that's faster, easier, hassle-free. We're TD Bank North.
As the summer temperatures rise, let Nesson put your summer on ice with Bruins Summer Sundays. Every Sunday night, join Andy Brickley for an all-new episode of Bruins Classic tonight at 10 o'clock. And we'll revisit Phil Kessel's first career shootout goal. That's Bruins Classic tonight at 10, only on Nesson.
Randy Johnson has struck out 6 through the first 3 innings. And has given up 2 hits. Red Sox have left 3 men on through the first 3. It's Ramirez, Varitek, and Lowell to face him in the 4th. And he walked first time up, the only base on balls allowed by Randy Johnson so far today. Second stint for Randy Johnson, of course, in Arizona. And will always be linked with Curt Schilling thanks to the 2001 World Series. They were co-MVPs here back in 2001. The duo combined to go 9-1 with a 1.30 earned run average in 12 postseason games. He was a starter, a 15-2 win in Game 6 of that series, and then returned to the hill in Game 7 for the last 4 outs of Game 7 in the 2001 championship. Schilling and Johnson forever remembered here in Arizona. Randy's not happy now as he falls behind 3-0. Ball 4, and on 4 pitches, Ramirez walks, second walk for Manny in the game. Here's Varitek with 1 on, nobody out. A strikeout victim in the first. And he held on by Connor Jackson at first base. Down the third base line, a foul ball just outside the line. What a night last night for Jason Varitek, who drove in 3 of the 4 Boston runs, and by himself brought the Red Sox back from a 3-0 deficit. First the 2-run shot. For Varitek, it was his 8th home run of the season, and then picked up the game tying RBI before Mike Lowell on a sacrifice fly put the Red Sox on top in extra innings. Applebaum finished it off in the 4-3 Boston victory. A lot of late nights for fans back home, and the next trip will be very similar. After the Red Sox go to Atlanta, they'll go to San Diego and then out to Seattle. So some late nights for Red Sox Nation. One and two.
It'll be a race back to the East Coast for both of these clubs tonight as the Diamondbacks head to New York for a series against the Yankees, and of course the Red Sox returning home with a day off tomorrow before the Rockies come in for 3, followed by the Giants.
Up top, 2-2 now to Veritek. Strikeouts for Randy Johnson. He's got 6 of them. Only 1 is looking. That was Lugo. As Lowell waits on deck. Strike 3. Veritek goes looking. 7 strikeouts for Randy Johnson.
And Randy Johnson hadn't been very happy with some of the calls from Guccione, but finally gets one that he can be pleased with. The fastball to the inside corner. Cross-seam fastball from Johnson. Veritek jumping back, but the pitch picking up the corner.
One down, Manny still at first, and here's Mike Lowell. A fly ball out to left field, first time up. Strike on the outside corner. We were saying earlier that it is problematic, this strained ligament, because of the bottom hand of his bat.
Yeah, that's the bat that's the hand you drive the bat through the strike zone with.
Randy Johnson wanted that and blows something out. Two and one. More unhappiness from Randy Johnson. Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire today. Strike evens a count of 2-2.
That's the nasty part of Johnson. You think you're going to get a fastball on a 2-1 count, and he drops that slider on the outside corner. Lowell in the hitter's count, but no, the breaking ball. Looks outside, then picks up the corner.
Fouled off. When you think of Randy Johnson in New York, you think, boy, it didn't work out all that great. But still, he had 2 17-win seasons while with the Yankees. It was 17-8 in 2005, 17-11 last year. Of course, Chien-Ming Wang led the staff with 19 wins for New York last season. And the earned run average last year for Randy Johnson was an even 5.00.
And he did not bring a championship to New York.
And in New York, that's the bottom line. Working in the big leagues with the Montreal Expos back in 1988. 2 seasons there before heading to Seattle. And the third baseline foul. His highest win total as a member of the Diamondbacks in his career, 24-5 back in 2002, with a 2.32 earned run average in 35 starts. Outside, it's full count now to Lowell.
Well, Lowell does not strike out much. We'll see if they have Manny running at first base.
There's with a leadoff walk at first base with one down. 3-2 to Lowell. And first to check on Manny. There goes Manny as Lowell fouls it off. Will head back to the bag at first.
Long at bat for Mike Lowell. And that pitch count creeping up. 70 pitches now for Randy Johnson.
The ninth pitch of the at bat for Mike Lowell. Manny off again as Lowell cranks a ball by the third baseman Tracy into left. Ramirez will be waved around by DeMarlo Hale. Manny will score the game's first run. It's an RBI double for Mike Lowell, and the Red Sox lead it 1-0.
What an at bat by Mike Lowell. It took a lot of pitches, fouled off a lot of pitches, and then finally gets the fastball from Johnson and rockets it right down that third base line. And with Manny off at first base, after the ball bounces around in that corner for a little while, they're able to score him. DeMarlo Hale getting a good look down that left field line and just waves on Ramirez. So bad thumb and all, quite an at bat there by Mike Lowell.
Well, you got a real good look there. DeMarlo Hale looking down the line to make sure into the corner before waving around Manny Ramirez. Here's Willie Moe. He takes the strike. And you singled in the second inning. All these strikeouts today for Randy Johnson, who's got 7 through 3 1/3, but it's the Red Sox who have struck first. Left side to Stephen Drew. Pena is out number 2, and there's 2 down. So 2 down, and it brings up Dustin Pedroia, who struck out in the second inning. Strikeout high in the season for Randy Johnson was 10 strikeouts. He did that at Pittsburgh back on May 20th. 5 2/3 he struck out 10.
And of course he'll get the intentional walk with Daisuke up on deck. Happens a lot in the National League. The number 8 place hitter gets the intentional walk so he can get at that pitcher.
Daisuke struck out swinging first time up. First career intentional walk for Dustin Pedroia. Daisuke coming up. 2 outs here on the top of the 4th. Mike Lowell at second base. Dustin Pedroia at first. And Daisuke Matsuzaka about to get his second big league at bat. Strike 1 to Matsuzaka. Tavares had the bunt single here last night. It was his first hit since August 24th of 2002 when he was a member of the Marlins. First to hit for a pitcher on the Red Sox since Schilling. Base hit on the 18th of June last year. Matsuzaka sprays it foul down the right field line.
A little bit tardy with the swing was Daisuke on the fastball.
He's down 0-2. Lowell at second, Pedroia at first, 2 down. Got him. Down and in. 8th strikeout for Randy Johnson. Red Sox pick up the game's first one. 1-0 Boston.
Hey, boss. Do we have Aflac?
Yeah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
Feeling real good about lunch today. This new KFC biscuit bowl's got all my favorites. It's got chicken.
I got a burger.
Mashed potatoes.
Fries.
Got corn and gravy, cheese, and now it comes with a biscuit.
Well, I got a bun. It's kind of like a biscuit.
It's not even a little bit.
Biscuit-esque.
No, it's not.
Introducing the new Chicken and Biscuit Bowl from KFC. Layers of mashed potatoes, sweet corn, all white meat chicken, new home-style white gravy, and a 3-cheese blend. And now it comes with a buttermilk biscuit. Dig into great layers of flavor with new KFC famous bowls.
So we've got the 3 shows, and then we have the signing at the summer book fair. Then we've got the 2 meetings after that. We
got a situation here.
shopping segment with Rachel.
Hey, Rachel, I got you some iced coffees from Dunkin' Donuts.
Fantabulous, thanks.
Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee keeps Rachel Ray going all summer long. America runs on Dunkin'.
Try our 2 new donuts, lemon burst or key lime pie with an iced coffee today.
Back in Arizona, Red Sox on top 1-0. Let's check back in with Tina Cervasio.
Don, just moments before Mike Lowell laced his RBI double, Jerry Remy said Mike Lowell rarely strikes out. So here's what the third baseman is thinking when he's at the plate with 2 strikes against him.
I think you got to adjust your game plan. You know, I don't think you can just look for one pitch, one spot, but I think if you practice a certain swing just when you get 2 strikes, if you're going to change it, you're really not helping yourself out. And I think some guys that maybe have big, long swings might want to shorten up, but I've never really been a guy that strikes out a lot. So I feel like the percentages are still in my favor to put the ball in play.
And last night, the same situation with 2 strikes. Lowell made contact and on the sacrifice fly scored Ortiz for the go-ahead. Now, on another note about his left sprained thumb there, Lowell left batting practice today to have trainer Paul Lessard retape his thumb. Now, they keep tinkering with the tape job because they don't want it to hinder his swing. So it was very uncomfortable for Lowell earlier today in batting practice. He had 4 tape jobs today, so whatever one Lessard ended up with last, it's obviously working.
Okay, Tina, thank you very much. Paul Lessard's done a very good job since coming from the Arizona Diamondbacks to the Red Sox. He's been busy, but he's been very good.
It's almost like a boxer that's got a bad hand. The tape jobs before the fight. You got to get him just about right.
Don't want him too tight. Orlando Hudson gets it started here in the bottom of the 4th inning with the Red Sox now on top 1-0. Did you change your swing with 2 strikes?
Well, I was never a big swinger, so I didn't have to really change all that much. Just concentrate more on making contact and getting the ball in play. But you can see it with a lot of good major league hitters. You know, they will make adjustments when they get 2 strikes. The swing will not be quite as big, not as long. Just try to put the ball in play somewhere, and when you do that, something positive can happen. Lowell, one of the best at that.
And it's 3-1 now to Hudson, who walked his first time up. Mentioned last time Hudson was up, of course, the Gold Gloves in each league. Toronto Blue Jays in 2005, here in Arizona in 2006. Came as the 6th infielder in Major League history to win a Gold Glove in each league, joining Brett Boone, J.T. Snow, Robin Ventura, Omar Vizquel, and Matt Williams. Gold Gloves in each league as he takes ball 4, second walk for Hudson.
We'll kick off the summer with Charlie Moore outdoors, as this week the Mad Fisherman is joined by number 4 Bobby Orr for fishing, fun, and of course hockey. Don't miss Charlie and Bobby tonight after Sox post-game coverage only on NESN.
Lead runner on for Arizona for the first time in the game. There's Chad Tracy, back for the first time since May 16th. He struck out his first time up. 3 strikeouts so far today for Daisuke Matsuzaka. His counterpart, Randy Johnson, has 8 strikeouts, but it's Matsuzaka and the Red Sox who have a 1-0 advantage. '50th pitch for Daisuke Matsuzaka. It's fouled to the screen, 0-2.
I'd imagine this would be huge back in Japan today, and Matsuzaka facing Randy Johnson, of course, and also getting a chance to have to swing the bat against Randy Johnson, which hasn't worked out too well so far for Daisuke.
Daisuke striking out twice against Randy Johnson. They elevate. Chad Tracy doesn't chase. Randy Johnson has thrown 80 pitches through 4 innings. Tracy grounds it foul over by the Red Sox dugout. Red Sox will have tomorrow off and then welcome the Colorado Rockies into Fenway Park. We'll see Tim Wakefield matched up against Aaron Cook. Kurt Schilling on Wednesday against Josh Fogg, and Josh Beckett against Jeff Francis. On the left field line. And a foul ball.
Pretty good job there by Tracy. That first at bat, Daisuke struck him out on a fastball that was down and in. This time he goes away, but Tracy's able to foul it off. Actually, that's where they wanted to go back in the first inning. Veritek was set up away, but the fastball stayed inside, and it caught Tracy looking. Changeup, I believe. Yep.
Popped up foul. It's 1-2 still to Chad Tracy. Well, even when the Red Sox weren't scoring runs in Oakland, they were getting good starting pitching. Red Sox starters have allowed 3 runs or less in each of their last 6 games, posting a 2.76 ERA. That's 13 runs in 42 and a third innings pitched. Daisuke certainly part of that, as in his 7-inning effort last time out, just giving up 2 runs. Swing and a miss. Chad Tracy strikes out 4 Ks for Daisuke.
Well, he got him on a fastball inside the first time. This time a slider down and in from Daisuke to pick up the strikeout.
One down for Connor Jackson, who fouled out to the first baseman Kevin Youkilis back in the 2nd inning. There goes Orlando Hudson at first base, and Veritek can't handle it cleanly. So with that for Hudson.
Took a peek back at Orlando Hudson, which would make you wonder if maybe there was a hit and run play on, but some guys just get in the habit of looking back. No swing that time from Jackson as the ball was in the dirt. On a hit and run play, the only one you would not swing at would be a ball in the dirt.
Two and 0 now to Jackson. Jackson, another one of these young Diamondbacks, a first-round pick, 19th overall back in 2003. Just turned 25 years old. And he's ahead in the count, 3-0. Jackson out of the University of California. Inside and down to first base goes Jackson. Second walk of the inning allowed by Matsuzaka. Third of his outing. Well, Stephen Drew coming up. It's time now for the Coors Cold Blast. His brother JD hit 2 in the first game, and last night off Julian Tavares, Stephen Drew went deep, a 2-run shot. Part of a 3-0 advantage for the Diamondbacks at the time. Drew takes ball 1 in the dirt. Hit one deeply to right that took Willie Mopena back to the warning track in right field. First time up back in the second inning. And bats now with 2 on and 1 away. Strike evens it count at 1-1.
Now Daisuke trying to avoid what was happening to him early this season, where he'd have that 1 inning and would walk 3-4 guys in the inning. So far 2 walks in this inning, sandwiched with a strikeout in between.
Guess what inning that was a couple of different times.
The 4th.
The 4th, and here we are again. Strike 1 and 2.
2 high strikes called on Drew. One on a cut fastball, the last one it looked like to be a changeup.
Outside, Drew doesn't chase, and evens up now 2-2. Walk to Hudson, a strikeout of Tracy, the walk to Jackson. And it's first and second, 1 away here in the 4th. Center field, a base hit. Hudson has got good speed coming around. The throw is going to be cut off, and we're tied at 1. Stephen Drew drives in the first run for the Diamondbacks.
That is had a nice little series here against the Red Sox. The 2 for 4 last night. Now he gets the slider, it looks like, away and shoots it up the middle over the glove of Daisuke. Hudson with his speed, he no problem rounding third and scoring the run.
Pitching coach John Farrell headed out. 2 walks in the inning. So far, one of them have scored.
Remember that if you need medical care while at Fenway, visit the Beth Israel Deaconess First Aid stand behind Section 12. Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox.
Having to work pretty hard here in the 4th, and he has just 1 out. Connor Jackson at second base, Stephen Drew at first, 1 away. For Carlos Quentin, who struck out swinging, first time up. To third base, off the lower to Lugo, no throw anywhere, and they've got him loaded. Error charged to Lowell.
Number 11 on the season for Mike Lowell. That last top justice close on Lowell. It deflects right to Lugo, but Lugo has no play.
We're always talking about starting from the ground up. He did that, but that exploded on him.
It really did. It hopped right in front of him with some overspin, and there's just no way he could react quick enough to be able to make the play on it.
So a bases loaded opportunity for Chris Snyder. Grounded out to third baseman Mike Lowell in the 3rd inning. Diamondbacks have grabbed a run to tie the score 1-1. Now looking to do some more damage. In the dirt, collected by Verito. Diamondbacks were cruising until the Red Sox rolled into town. They had taken 11 of 13. And we're red hot, but the Red Sox have come in, taking the first 2 games of this series. Snyder fouls it off. Jackson at third, Drew at second, Quentin at first with 1 away. To the backstop, and it's even now at 2-2. Snyder, another one of these young Diamondbacks, a 2nd-round pick back in 2002. Rosita, California. To 3 seasons in the big leagues with Arizona. Daisuke in a jam here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Foul down by the shoe tops, and we'll do it again as the pitch count rising for Matsuzaka.
Yeah, a lot of cut fastballs, a lot of sliders in this inning for Daisuke.
Bases loaded, 1 down here in the 4th. strike three call. He throws Snyder. It's 5 strikeouts for Matsuzaka, and Daisuke needed that one.
Once again, the breaking ball from Matsuzaka. This time it catches Snyder looking. More of the curveball that time from Daisuke.
So a big out there with Randy Johnson now batting. Headed out to third base first time up. He is 1 for 14 on the season as a hitter. That time for Matsuzaka and a foul ball for Randy Johnson. Two walks in the inning, a single, an error at third base for Lowell. And so far the Diamondbacks have just the one run to tie the game 1-1. Foul ball. Johnson's down 0-2. Lifetime 126 hitter is Randy Johnson. 13 doubles, a home run, and 35 runs batted in. Has drawn 13 walks in his career. The home run that he has was off teammate Doug Davis. Strike three call. Daisuke gets him. So Randy Johnson has been Daisuke. But the Diamondbacks have tied the game 1-1.
Hey. What? We were waiting here all day. So have I. No. I was here first. That's cardboard cutout. That don't count. You have to go in the back.
Introducing revolutionary performance headwear from New Era. Get it at Olympia Sports.
No. It's okay. I'm the MVP. I get to go in first.
The Oral-B experts know nothing replaces flossing. But what if you could get some of the benefits of flossing from a toothbrush? Oral-B Advantage Glide. Unique glide bristles go up to 35% deeper between teeth for a thorough clean. Oral-B, brush like a dentist.
If you don't build the right deck in the first place, time and weather will just wear it away. So we engineered and treated our LP Weather Best decking so it looks beautiful, lasts longer, and needs less maintenance. That leaves more time for what you really want to do on a deck. Nothing at all. We're not looking for a genius grant, just ways to make life easier. That's what we do. We make the products that build the homes simply better. LP Building Products. Build with us.
A 95-mile-an-hour fastball will reach home plate in 0.4 of a second. Watch every pitch in clear Panasonic motion. Panasonic Plasma for the speed of sports. Panasonic, ideas for life.
Well, this pitch sequence is brought to you by the Commonwealth Health Connector. Cover your bases, connect to health. And, of course, a big strikeout for Daisuke against Chris Snyder with the bases loaded. Starts him with a fastball that's down out of the zone. A breaking ball quickly falls behind 2-0. Fouls off a cut fastball, a straight fastball. Another cutter fouled off, and Daisuke puts him away with a curveball. First curveball he saw on that at bat. And then the next strikeout for Daisuke, the fastball by Randy Johnson to get him out of the inning. The bases loaded jam. Fastball inside corner as Johnson jumps back.
Daisuke up to 74 pitches through the first 4 innings. Arizona leaves the bases loaded and have left 5 men on now through the first 4. Top of the 5th inning, and Julio Lugo leading it off. Lugo has struck out twice against Randy Johnson, once swinging and once looking.
Once on a fastball and once on a slider.
2 strikeouts in the first for Randy Johnson, 2 in the second, 2 in the third, and 2 in the fourth. On the right field line, and out of play.
So both pitchers now in this real battle with pretty high pitch counts. Randy Johnson now at 83 pitches. Daisuke threw a lot in the 4th inning. A very long 4th inning for both pitchers.
Sox with 3 hits today. Single for Coco Crisp in the first, a single by Willie Mopena in the second, and the RBI double by Mike Lowell in the 4th inning. Back to Johnson, he picks it. Lugo's out number 1 to the 5th.
Time now for the Panasonic Plasma replay, so you can catch this again in crisp, rich, detailed motion. And back in the 1st inning, after a base hit, Coco Crisp picked off. Now the rundown, and of course interfered with by the first baseman Connor Jackson. They allow Coco to go to second base, but the Red Sox did not score in that inning.
Coco's 1 for 2. He singled in the 1st inning and then struck out last time up in the 3rd. One and one now to Crisp.
Kind of going as expected, Don, hadn't it? 1 run each team, 5 total hits in the game in this matchup between Johnson and Matsuzaka.
And a pretty high strike total for both. Yes, there's another strike poured in there to Crisp. It's 1 and 2. This game was 6 strikeouts. Randy Johnson with 8. But because the pitch counts are so high for both, the bullpens appear to be big factors in this one. Randy Johnson returning here to Arizona. He's 103 and 49. From 1999 through 2004, he's won 58 games here at Chase Field. Most of any player. Curt Schilling is still second with 27 victories here in Arizona. Called as Chris Guccione goes running out from behind the catcher. Right side, Orlando Hudson. Crisp is gone, and there's 2 away in the 5th.
That's for the sliders to get a couple of outs in this inning. The slider to Lugo for the bounce it back to the mound, and now the slider to Coco Crisp for the ground ball to second base. So it's not just the mid-90 fastball you have to look for from Randy Johnson, that breaking ball and that occasional splitter.
90 pitches, 57 strikes for Randy Johnson. Kevin Youkilis has done the same thing twice today. That's fly to center field. And on both occasions, Chris Young in center has been up to the task.
That's the splitter right there from Johnson at 85 miles an hour.
Strike, and it's 2-1 now to Youkilis. Starting the day hitting at .338, good for 5th in the American League in batting average. Throws it foul off to the right, and the count evens at 2-2. Since the start of the 1997 season, Randy Johnson with 179 wins, 2,896 strikeouts, and 2,300 innings pitched are the most in the majors. He's had the most wins, the most strikeouts, and the most innings pitched since 1997 in the majors. There's 2-2. Line to left, a base hit for Youkilis. Eric Barnes over to play it, but Youkilis on with a 2-out single, the 4th Boston hit of the day.
And keep Johnson away from that 1-2-3 inning. The 2-out base hit on the fastball from Kevin Youkilis. All the hits today for the Red Sox, which are only a total of 4, all have been on Johnson's fastball.
So 2 down, Youkilis at first base, and here's Manny Ramirez, who has walked twice on the afternoon. Came around to score the Red Sox only run in the 4th inning. Interesting to note that both the runs scored in this game started with leadoff walks. As Johnson walked Manny Ramirez to begin the 4th inning, Manny would score. Daisuke Matsuzaka walked Orlando Hudson to begin the 4th inning, and he would score. Gets into the Diamondbacks dugout. Thought about it, but takes. And it's 2-1.
And again, another long look from Johnson. Both as a pitcher and as a hitter today, he has not been pleased with some of the calls from Guccione. Split-fingered fastball away and off the offside corner.
Johnson got Lugo to ground out, Crisp to ground out. Youkilis with a 2-out single, still at first. As Manny takes ball 3, 3-1. He's already walked twice today and he's ahead in the count 3-1.
Johnson is well aware that Ramirez has those 5 career home runs against him. Fastball for Manny, 3-1. He gets the off-speed pitch to split and has Manny off balance. Not a real big dip to that split-fingered fastball, but certainly off-speed enough at about 84, 85.
Action for the first time in the pen. Alan Peguero. 3-2 pitch. The runner is off as Ramirez strikes out. Manny said it hit the ground and then he foul tipped it. And we're still arguing as he throws his stuff around. Tied at 1 after 4.5. Manny better be careful. Tell it's a live look whether or not he got a piece of it or not.
Well, Manny seemed to think so, but nobody else on the field did. Tough to tell if there was a contact there by Manny Ramirez. The ball did hit the dirt first before going in the glove. There's no question about that.
We'll step aside as they work this out, tied at 1 halfway through this one.
Having a half-ton with the most leg room and a fancy rear seat is great, but truckers want to know if it's still got some truck left in it. We'll put it this way. If it'll draw bar pull 6,400 pounds of dead weight, towing 10,100 pounds is a walk in the park. Hello, Dolly. Available on the all-new Tundra Crew Max, the truck that's changing it all.
Charlie, Henry, wake up. Tom. You're wasting your time sleeping when you could be texting.
Left hand on top, right hand, sending a picture message. Nothing says it like a text message.
Dad. Text IM, pics, and flicks as much as you want to anyone on any network in the U.S. when you switch to the new Verizon Wireless Family Share Plan. Buy Dad an LG and make him an ESPN MVP. Only with VCast. Verizon Wireless.
Janet is so lame. Totally lame. She only brings McDonald's to bribe people to do her work.
Ridiculous.
Probably get started on Janet's invoices, huh?
No.
The only thing better than a sausage McMuffin with egg? 2 of them for just $3. Yeah, that'll make you do things.
Janet's dry cleaning. Janet's dog.
Well, Manny Ramirez thought he fouled that ball off and that it hit the dirt before getting into the catcher's glove. He'll take another look at it after this first pitch to Burns. Very tough to tell on replay whether there was contact by Ramirez. It is the off-speed pitch, the split-fingered fastball. That ball's heading down, and see if it, after contact, if it goes down even more. And there's no question it hit the dirt before going in the glove. The question was, did he foul it off?
Well, it's so tough to tell.
And I think what DeMalo, Hale, and Francona wanted was some help from the umpire.
And he had already tossed his bat and helmet and kind of flipped the gloves back in their direction. It's still in the game, fortunately for the Red Sox. The strikeout was the 9th of the game for Randy Johnson, who's up over 100 pitches now at 101. There's the glove toss.
Well, I don't think that was quite enough to get him thrown out of the game. And he has not been thrown out of the game, obviously, still in left field.
1-2 to Burns. And the left. And a base hit for Burns, who's now 2 for 3.
That's the second time he's had a hit on the breaking ball from Daisuke. It was the opposite field for a double last time. This time reaches out and finds that hole between third and short. Slider again by Matsuzaka. Way out on that front foot is Burns, but able to make contact. So with his 11 steals, he becomes a threat to go in this very close game.
There's Chris Young, who's 0 for 2 today. He struck out looking and was fly to right. Showing bunt, popping it up foul back below us. Pitch up.
And if you expect a bunt, that's what you like to do. Throw that high fastball up and in and hope that they pop it up. Well, they did pop it up, but straight back.
Bryce Young coming over from the Chicago White Sox. Orlando Hernandez and Luis Vizcaino in the Javier Vazquez deal in December of 2005. Going in the cut 93 that time for Daisuke, and it's 0-2. Pitching line is brought to you by Nissan. Daisuke had 80 pitches. Arizona getting their first run last inning, an inning in which Daisuke walked 2. There's an error committed by Mike Lowell at third base, and Stephen Drew knocked in the game tying run. Popped up. Down from first is Youkilis. A little dance with the runner coming down the line, but Youkilis in foul ground makes the catch.
Well, tickets are now on sale for the second annual Futures at Fenway doubleheader at Fenway Park on August 11th. The low-price twin bill is presented by Filene's Basement and features the Portland and Lowell clubs this year. See RedSox.com for details.
So 1 down, Eric Burns at first base. And here's Orlando Hudson. Walked in the first, walked in the fourth. Came around to score the first Diamondbacks run last inning.
A tight ball game here last night. Close ball game here again this afternoon.
That is Matsuzaka, 0-2 this time against Hudson. The Diamondbacks are hitting at .251 as a team. For their first 63 games this season, that's only 13th in the National League. They hit a total of 56 home runs. That's 8th in the National League. And they've drawn 202 walks, which is 9th in the NL. Their offensive numbers not great, and their pitching numbers pretty good. And as a result, near the top in the American League West.
One pitch that has not been there today for Daisuke consistently is his changeup or his splitter. I think you're going to see the changeup here.
Hudson fouls it off Veritek.
It is the changeup from Daisuke. Stays up in the zone, fouled off, and right off the elbow it looks like, and then the mask of Jason Veritek. A couple of different spots. He gets the Red Sox catcher.
1 down here in the last of the 5th. Eric Burns, who get on the leadoff base hit, still standing at first base. And it's an 0-2 pitch to Orlando Hudson. Taking strike 3.
Now he wanted timeout, and it was not granted by Guccione. And he just stood there and looked at strike 3 right down the middle. He waited too long to try to get that timeout from the home plate umpire. It was not granted, and Daisuke throws him a fastball for a strike.
So 7 strikeouts now for Daisuke. He has had 2 10K performances, but has not had one since April 17th at Toronto, which was his second one. Check on first, diving back to the bag is Burns.
It's hard to believe that Burns is still at first base. I mentioned the 11 steals. He has been thrown out 5 times, but he's been there for 2 batters now.
Chad Tracy was just activated before the game from the disabled list, has struck out twice in the game today. And looking in the first, swinging in the 4th inning. catches meant 1-1.
This is the Orlando Hudson at bat where he tries to get timeout. You see him put that left hand up, but the umpire did not grant it. It was too late. And then takes a fastball right down the middle for strike 3.
Outside, it's 2-1. Hudson was pretty good about it as he headed to the dugout. Certainly not pleased, but did not in any way show up the umpire. Eric Burns still at first. They check on him. He has to dive back head first.
Well, you figure if he's going, this is the pitch they'd be going on.
Daisuke in 12 starts has received 65 runs of support. It's the third most in the American League. But today just the 1 run. He continues to check on Burns at first. Averages 7.34 runs per game. In his losses, the Red Sox have just amassed 3 total runs. Burns took a step or two, then stopped as this one's fouled off to the left.
Yeah, Daisuke is pretty quick to home plate, and Burns is having a difficult time getting a good jump. Looks like he wanted to go on that 2-1 count, but felt he didn't have a good enough jump and just stopped. Fastball fouled off to the opposite field.
This is about as quiet as 49,000 people can be. He's got to be close to 50,000 here and very little noise. A 2-2 pitch. There he goes, and it's driven high and foul up to the top deck.
Yeah, they're trying to encourage noise now on all the scoreboards as they're encouraging their fans to get louder and pumped up, but it doesn't seem to be working.
This place is packed again today. Everywhere you look, there's people all the way up to the top deck, all the way around. The 2-2 pitch to Chad Tracy. Burns off again. The pitch is a ball. The throw from Varitek is high and sails into center. Burns will just keep on going. He'll get to third base. On the stolen base, the error charge to Varitek. And the second miscue of the day for the Red Sox, and the go-ahead rundown 90 feet away for the Diamondbacks.
Now the throw's just gonna sail on Varitek way up over the head of Lugo. The head first slide and then pops up and goes to third base. Does Eric Burns? It took him a long time, but finally gets to steal plus a bag.
It's a full count to Chad Tracy, who's already struck out twice today. It's a foul over by the Boston dugout. It's already been a 7-pitch at bat. Tracy on the disabled list with left ribcage soreness. And on May 16th, activated today after a couple of rehab starts at AAA Tucson. Chance here to put the Diamondbacks on top with 2 outs and Eric Burns at third base. Did he go around? Yeah, he did. Jeff Kellogg rings him up as he was headed to first base. Daisuke with his 8th strikeout gets out of the jam. Still tied at 1.
With convenient flights every day, Southwest Airlines gives you the freedom to do business out of town and still come home at night.
Winston, I'm home!
With 23 daily nonstops from Manchester and Providence to Baltimore, Washington, Southwest is taking low fares farther.
You are now free to move about the country.
Have you driven America's most capable truck? Have you driven the all-new 2008 Ford Super Duty? With the most towing and the most payload of any truck in its class. No wonder America's best-selling trucks are built Ford tough. And just announced, get up to $2,000 cash back plus 5.9% financing for 60 months on Ford Super Duty.
Rise and shine, New England, it's Monday. Let's check in on today's traffic. For that, we go down to the road.
Think big. Think Monday. Supersize your weekends with Red Sox Monster Monday. An extra 30 minutes live every game day Monday. Home or away. 5:30 is the new prime time. Red Sox Monster Monday.
Differently the same. Differently the same. Differently the same.
1-1 game from Arizona as we head to the top half of the 6th inning. And Randy Johnson's back on the mound, having thrown 101 pitches through the first 5 innings.
Now, both pitches, even though this is a one-run game, you know, it's been a bit of a struggle. Johnson has had 1-2-3 inning, that coming back in the 3rd. Daisuke has only had 1-2-3 inning, and that was in the 2nd inning.
Lots of strikeouts for both. Randy Johnson through 5's got 9 of them, and Daisuke Matsuzaka through 5's got 8. It'll be Veritek, Lowell, and Pena here in the top half of the 6th inning. All right, each starter only has 1-2-3 inning. For Daisuke, it was his 2nd inning. For Randy Johnson, it was his 3rd. Veritek's 0 for 2. He struck out twice and takes a cut at the first one. Veritek joins Julio Lugo and Daisuke Matsuzaka, who have each struck out twice today. Barehanded by the big tall lefty who fires to first. He needed all of that to grab that, but he does it barehanded to retire Veritek.
Now it's like going up to get a rebound, wasn't it? NBA Finals in full swing now, and Randy Johnson at about 6'10". He'll just reach up with the bare hand and throw Veritek out at first base.
One down for Mike Lowell. He was driven in the Red Sox only run today. He did that in the 4th with a double that scored Manny Ramirez. Fly to left first time up back in the 2nd inning. I mentioned the strikeouts for Randy Johnson. The starters have struck out 307 batters for the Diamondbacks. It's tops of the National League. Strike now to Mike Lowell. Diamondbacks pitchers 3.54 earned run average this season, 3rd best in the National League. The Mets are 1st with a 3.38 ERA. And today Randy Johnson looking for his 4th win individually. He comes in at 3-2 with a 2.78 earned run average, 9th start. Falls behind Mike Lowell, 3-1. There's a strike and a full count now. His 110 strikeout game on the season. Did that at Pittsburgh May 20th. He has 2 9K performances this season. He's averaged 90 pitches so far per start. He's at 108. 109 is grounded to first baseman Connor Jackson. Takes it himself, and there's 2 down.
Stay tuned after the game for WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra with Tom Caron and Ken Maka. They'll have Daisuke Matsuzaka's live post-game press conference, and Tina Savassi will go one-on-one with Red Sox manager Terry Francona and Terry's take. It's all right after the game, live in HD, and it's only on NESN.
2 down here in the 6th inning as Randy Johnson trying to enjoy his second 1-2-3 inning of his outing. There's Willie Mopena, singled in the 2nd, grounded out to shortstop in the 4th.
I would have to guess this would be the last inning for Randy Johnson with that pitch count now at 110.
Peguera up earlier. Just standing out there in the Arizona bullpen right now with 2 outs in the 6th. 0-2 to Willie Mopena.
Matter of fact, Johnson has only gone 7 innings 1 time this year.
In 29 games and 28 starts against the Red Sox, Randy Johnson 15-7. 4.57 earned run average, and facing them again today, no longer in the pinstripes but back in Arizona. As the first 2 outs here of the 6th inning in a 1-1 game. One and 2. Chopped left side. Tracy on the half hop on the run in time to get Payne to end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning for Randy Johnson. He played 5.5, tied at 1.
Hey man. Hey. Give you a hand? Sure, yeah. Just take the No. Hey guys. Check this out. So you pop the top, little tap action, boom. Get the glass. A little something I like to call liquid gold.
Did you see what Mikey brought?
Yeah. I brought a sandwich.
Okay.
It's got Gouda. Smoked Gouda, actually.
Bob's Discount Furniture gives birth to a new age in leather, purchasing direct from factories all over the world. Buying a leather living room will never be the same.
It's a new age in comfort. Genuine leather everywhere you sit, with not 1, but 2 recliners. Need even more? The matching love seat with 2 recliners. Both pieces with genuine leather and 4 recliners, only $9.99. Bob can't be beat. He won't be beat. No way, no how. It's a new age.
So we've got the 3 shows, and then we have the signing at the summer book fair. Then we've got the 2 meetings after that. We
got a situation here.
Shopping segment with Rachel.
Hey, Rachel, I got you some iced coffees from Dunkin' Donuts.
Fantabulous, thanks.
Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee keeps Rachel Ray going all summer long. America runs on Dunkin'.
Try our 2 new donuts, lemon burst or key lime pie with an iced coffee today.
Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Coors Light, Aflac, and by LP Weatherbest.
Well, Daisuke Matsuzaka with 8 strikeouts on the afternoon, and using a variety of pitches to get those 8. Cut fastball, straight fastball down and in. Back to the slider.
Slider again down and in. A curveball again to Snyder. And Randy Johnson on the fastball inside corner. So 2 strikeout pitches going at it this afternoon. Randy Johnson and Daisuke Matsuzaka. Johnson with the 9. His day may be over. And 8 for Matsuzaka in this game.
113 pitches for Randy Johnson in his 6 innings as we head to the last half of the 6th. And it's Connor Jackson, Stephen Drew, and Carlos Quinton to face Daisuke. So 93 pitches. Look out. Up there the bill of the helmet for Connor Jackson, who goes down in a heap.
This is a cut fastball from Matsuzaka. That doesn't cut very much.
And for strike 1-1 to Connor Jackson. He was fouled out to the first baseman Kevin Youkilis. And he walked in the 4th inning. Another strike, and it's 1-2. 7-inning effort last time out for Daisuke Matsuzaka at Oakland. Losing his last 2 outings against the Cleveland Indians and the Oakland Athletics. Last win came in Texas against the Rangers back on May 25th. He's not yet won in June. 2-2 now to Jackson. Gave up a home run in his last outing, Derek Chavez, in the 4th inning. In the dirt, and a full count now to Jackson. Mentioned all the run support Daisuke has received. 65 runs in his last 12 starts. 3rd most in the American League, but not yet much today. 1 run driven in by Mike Lowell on a double in the 4th inning that scored Manny Ramirez, and that's been it. Ball 4 and a leadoff walk for Connor Jackson. 2nd time in the game that Daisuke has walked the lead batter. Last time he did it, Hudson came around to score.
I eventually walked 2 in that inning in the back in the 4th inning.
Let's take a look at what's on tap for the Red Sox. Brought to you by Heineken. A day off tomorrow. Then the Colorado Rockies will be in as interleague play continues Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, all at 7 p.m. The Red Sox have won the first 2 games of a stretch of 15 straight games against National League opponents. Stephen Drew bats 1 for 2 in the game. He knocked in the tying run. A single in the 4th inning. Daisuke reaching the 100 pitch mark to 130 pitches in his last outing against the Oakland A's. Ahead of Drew, 0-2. Red Sox have won 4 of their first 5 interleague games in 2007 and now are 20-3 against the National League over the last 2 seasons. That's the best interleague record in the majors during that span. Up next, the Tigers, they're 19-4, and the Minnesota Twins 18-5. But the Red Sox 20-3 since the beginning of last year's interleague schedule. Pitch high, and it's 1-2. Last 2 years, the Red Sox are 9-2 in National League parks. The 2-pitch lifted to left over is Manny towards the line, and he makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Well, we often hear Terry Francona say that, the Red Sox and the American League teams are built to have the DH in there. You lose your best player on occasions or have to put him in a spot where you're not comfortable. But that said, the Red Sox doing very well in National League parks the last 2 years with the lineup they can use.
Now this weekend especially came pretty good because for Ortiz able to play the first 2 games of this series and then get the day off today against Randy Johnson, certainly available to pinch hit in this game. They've been able to rotate it pretty well over the last couple of years, getting David in at first base and then getting him out against certain lefties.
There's Carlos Quentin.
Plus the key too is they have the versatility in a guy like Euclid who can go over to third base, and play a couple of games over there if he has to.
David Ortiz again looking pretty good at first base in the games that he played. Did not appear to be out of sorts, even though he has been used there so little and not at all so far in the season until the interleague schedule begins. Ball and a strike to Carlos Quentin. Struck out swinging in the second inning, reached on an error committed by Mike Lowell, his 11th of this season, after committing just 6 all of last season. Arizona, after tying the game in the 4th inning, had a chance to take the lead as they had a bases loaded situation when Chris Snyder struck out, and then Randy Johnson struck out, so left them loaded. They have 6 men on base through the first 5 innings. Quentin sends it out towards deep left center field, back by the 413 marker. Jackson around from first base, going to put the Diamondbacks on top. On the RBI double for Quentin, crushed on the line, back to left center field, 2-1 Diamondbacks.
Once again, the slider from Matsuzaka. It's down, but it's over the middle of the plate. And Quentin finds that deep gap out of the 413. Jackson scores easily, and the Diamondbacks have the 2-1 lead. Both hits that have driven in runs have been the same pitch. Drew on the slider, and also now Quentin on the slider.
Herman Donnelly up for the first time in the Red Sox pen. Chris Snyder, the catcher, 0 for 2 today. He's grounded out to third base and struck out looking. We've not seen Mike Timlin since he was activated before last night's game. He did warm up at one point in last night's game, but did not see action. Timlin returning, and of course J.C. Romero designated for assignment. Red Sox have 10 days to figure out what they're going to do with him. Swing and a miss, and it's a ball and a strike to Chris Snyder.
Now today will be interesting because Francona told me he wanted to stay away from Okajima in this ball game today. Papelbon certainly would be available, and when you have Timlin's situation, I mean, sometimes after the guy's been out a long time, you don't want to rush him into a very close game, but they may have to do that today. We'll see.
I guess pick number 1 would bring him into a situation where it's not a one-run game and try to ease him back in. It's been so long for Timlin, although he had a series of rehab appearances. Longer than I think anybody expected, including Mike Timlin. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2 now. Last night we saw a new record at Chase Field, 49,826. This afternoon the attendance announced at 46,622, so less, but a huge crowd at Chase Field. backstop with that one, and it hangs at 1-2.
You know, when you look at all the hits that Matsuzaka's given up today, which is only 4 hits, but all of them have been on either the slider or the cut fastball.
Both times the Diamondbacks have scored, it's been on leadoff walks to begin the inning. Hudson walked to begin the 4th. He scored to tie the game 1-1. Connor Jackson walks to begin the 6th. He scores. And Arizona with a 2-1 advantage. Walks have been costly, and there's been 4 of them allowed by Daisuke. Two, trying to put away Chris Snyder. And the pinch hitter waiting on deck. Well, doesn't chase in the count, 2-2. It'll be Tony Clark will be next, batting for Randy Johnson's spot. Quinton's in scoring position at second base with still just 1 out in the inning. Tough as Snyder fouling off another pitch. That's one thing about being a National League bench player, as you see Tony Clark on deck, is that you do have the chance to pinch hit quite often off the bench and get a chance to get into more games because of this pitcher hitting situation. Full count to Chris Snyder. Battles it foul outside of third.
And you're getting up in that territory now where you're probably looking at the last innings of Matsuzaka in this game.
High last time against Oakland.
Now you don't want to double that up, that's for sure.
Only about ready if they need him. He's been warming. To deep left. Ramirez heading back onto the track to make the catch. And back to the bag at second goes Quinton. Snyder's gone, and there's 2 away, but he hits it to the warning track in deep left.
Yeah, there's a section of the bullpen that goes almost straight out from the foul pole, and that finds that corner. Once again, it's the slider from Matsuzaka, almost a one-handed swing by Snyder that takes Manning toward that bullpen area.
Here is Tony Clark to pinch hit Randy Johnson, who had been 0 for 2 at the plate today, grounding out to third base and striking out looking. Getting at 229, 7 homers, and 22 runs batted in. Tony Clark, a member of the Red Sox, back in 2002, played in 90 games. A very tough season, just 3 homers and 29 runs batted in. It appeared at that time that his career might be over, but here he is some 5 seasons later and had a 30 home run season in 2005 for Arizona. He had 6 home runs last year. And fouls fouls this pitch off to even the count at 1-1.
Of course, Matsuzaka due up second in the 7th inning, so if he gets Clark, it's probably the last you'll see of him this afternoon.
Carlos Quentin has put the Diamondbacks on top with his RBI double. Daisuke has lost his last 2 outings, now trails 2-1. Clark swings and misses. 92 that time from Daisuke. Well over 100 pitches now is Matsuzaka today.
That's of course what the teams try to do. Pitchers try to do against Clark. If they can get ahead of him, go upstairs with a fastball.
Swing and a miss. Strikes out Clark. 9th strikeout for Daisuke, but the Diamondbacks pick up a run, take a 2-1 lead after 6.
Just when you... And now back to the hard ways.
Honey, I'm home. Sorry I'm late.
Don't worry, George. With all the best from Time Warner, we get free on demand.
Free on demand?
Now we save money each month and get to start shows when we want with just a touch of the remote.
So I can be late? And I won't be in the doghouse?
Oh, George, welcome home to all the best.
There's an easier way. Digital cable and all the best. Only from Time Warner Cable.
They've got the sharpest pencil in town. And they just sit around that showroom figuring deals and whittling that old pencil down. They know that if you buy once, you're gonna be back. So instead of buying one, you're buying 2, and that's a fact. They've got the sharpest pencil in town.
So come on down, neighbor. The coffee pot's on.
I own my own business. I'm not crazy. I've been advertising the same way I always have. Radio, newspaper. I just can't seem to attract new customers.
So you've kept the same marketing strategy, and yet you're expecting better results.
Am I insane?
Well, by some schools of thought, yes.
Me?
Ben Franklin defined insanity as doing the same behavior over and over and expecting different results. What you need is change.
1640 Hammond Street, Bangor is the home of the sports arena and BangorTickets.com.
Ahead 2-1 here in the top half of the 7th inning. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by New England Ford dealers. Have you driven a Ford lately? Randy Johnson done after 6 innings, hailing Peguero into the game.
Well, Peguero made his major league debut against the Red Sox a couple of nights ago on Friday night. An inning in that game, had 1 strikeout. He was at AAA Tucson, as you can see his numbers there. That's after spending 7 seasons in the Astros organization.
Dustin Pedroia leading it off, struck out in the 2nd inning, was intentionally walked in the 4th inning. Well, the run picked up by the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 6th. The chance for a win today for Randy Johnson. Pedroia almost diving into that pitch.
I'll say one thing in this series, Diamondback pitchers has not been afraid to throw inside the Red Sox hitters.
up the middle and into center field. And he sends one inside to Pedroia. Pedroia comes back and gets himself a leadoff single to begin things in the 7th.
Eric Hinske was going to be the hitter, but now that Pedroia has reached first base, it looks like Cora is going to come to the plate. Hinske was out on deck, but once the base hit came, then Cora was introduced. Now Matsuzaka finished for the day. He gets a strikeout against Clark. That was on a changeup, it looks like. And then a little tap on the back by manager Terry Francona as his night, or his afternoon, is finished.
Pedroia at first base with nobody out. Now it's Cora. Inning here for Matsuzaka, who had been 0 for 2. Daisuke today in his Major League debut as a hitter was 0 for 2. Showing bunt and tipping it at the plate.
Now the ball came back and hit him a second time, but he was still in the batter's box. If you're out of the batter's box, you're out.
Cora's 3 for his last 28. And has struggled lately. Scoring to bunt again and getting it down this time. Guerra off the mound, throws to first, and the sacrifice goes 1 to 4. Up to second goes Pedroia as Cora gets the job done.
So the Red Sox bunting here in the top of the 7th for the tying run. I was looking at the stat sheet today. Incredibly, the Red Sox are 5th in the league in sacrifice bunts. That's been unheard of over the last couple of years.
Shortstop, Julio Lugo.
Is this team better built to do a little bit more small ball than it has been in the past?
Well, I don't know if it would be small ball, but you have a couple of guys, you know, like Lugo and Crispa can do those type of things. Cora's the type of guy that you can sacrifice with and also play some hit and run.
One down, Pedroia in scoring position for Lugo. He was 0 for 3 today. Chopped to third with Tracy in on the grass. Looks the runner back and throws out Lugo. His offensive struggles continue. Lugo 0 for 4 today. He's the second out of the 7th inning.
Yeah, he's made 4 outs today, 2 strikeouts and 2 ground ball outs. And 3 of those outs on a breaking ball. First pitch slider he chases here, and a 1 big bounce to third baseman Tracy.
So 2 down, Pedroia at second base. Representing the tying run as Coco Crisp gets a chance. He's 1 for 3 in the game today. He singled in the first, struck out in the third, and then grounded to second base in the 5th inning. He's just 3 for his last 23. Strike, and it's 1-1. Randy Johnson today goes 6 innings, giving up 4 hits, 1 run. He walked 3, 1 intentionally, and struck out 9 batters. And Peguero coming in here to pitch the 7th. The leadoff single for Pedroia now stands at second with 2 down in the inning. Ball 2 to Coco, 2-1. Chris hits a fly ball out towards deep left center field. Chris Young hitting back and running it down. The Red Sox leave the tying run in scoring position at 7th inning stretch time from Arizona. Diamondbacks on top 2-1. Time for a Sports Desk update with Catherine Tappan.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Be sure to join me tonight at 11:25 for Lights Out, presented by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bat Centers. Jarvis Green of the New England Patriots will recap a week of minicamp in Foxborough. Steve Buckley of the Herald talks baseball, and two soccer studs, Clint Dempsey and Taylor Twellman, will show off their moves in studio. I'll see you tonight. Don and Jerry will be right back after this.
When you're on the go, you need the convenience, quality, and pricing that you'll always find at Extra Mart. Convenience. Everything you need is priced right and ready to go. Quality. Extra Mart has their own Extra Cafe Gourmet Coffee, delicious Deli Joe sandwiches, and Extra Fuels gasoline. Great prices. Extra Mart features everyday low prices and value specials. All this month at Extra Mart, 32-ounce vitamin water is specially priced at just $2 for $3. In every corner of New England, Extra Mart is just around your corner.
If you don't build the right deck in the first place, time and weather will just wear it away. So we engineered and treated our LP Weather Best decking so it looks beautiful, lasts longer, and needs less maintenance. That leaves more time for what you really want to do on a deck. Nothing at all. We're not looking for a genius grant, just ways to make life easier. That's what we do. We make the products that build the homes simply better. LP Building Products. Build with us.
It's highly refined. It's imported by the barrel. And it's another thing you shouldn't guzzle while driving.
Now Dodge goes the distance with our most fuel-efficient lineup ever. Like Charger with 28 highway miles per gallon. Caliber with 32 highway miles per gallon. And the all-new Avenger SE with 30 highway miles per gallon. Maximize your miles with our most fuel-efficient lineup vehicles ever. Now get 0% financing plus $500 bonus cash on Charger and Avenger.
Tuesday at 6 o'clock, Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame show with John Caron and Ken Maka. The Rockies visit Fenway for the first time since 2002. Also, Larry Lucchino will answer the executive mailbag, and Gordon Eves will have his Major League Notebook. That's the pregame show Tuesday at 6 o'clock, and it's all live in HD only on NESN.
Arizona on top 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Daisuke done after 6 innings today, and the new pitcher is Brendan Donnelly.
Now, Donnelly worked an inning in the game last night here in Arizona, pitched an inning, had 1 strikeout, overall his 27th appearance of the season, 15 strikeouts in 19 2/3 innings for Donnelly. Well, Coco Chris making a bid, but that bid is tracked down in center field by Young. And the Red Sox leave the potential tying run at second base.
2-1 Arizona lead into the bottom of the 7th inning. It's the top of their order who will lead it off. Eric Burns, Chris Young, and Orlando Hudson against Brendan Donnelly.
And we've had plenty of welcomes here to the Phoenix area, that's for sure. We may move out here, Don.
Might be a nice idea. Well, the bobble desk.
Another man with
yeah. I'm sure he got his at the NESNstore.com. Burns today with 2 hits after he had his 15-game hitting streak halted last night. Make it 3 hits. Reaches down and somehow pokes that into left.
Now he's had some ugly swings, but they resulted in base hits, that's for sure. First pitch slider from Brendan Donnelly, again away from Burns, and he just kind of slaps it in that hole between third and short. And that's a funky looking swing, off balance, knees crumbling, but still makes the contact. A 3-hit performance by Burns today.
Well, they got the lead runner on in the 4th and scored. Got the lead runner on in the 6th and scored. They got the lead runner on here in the 7th. We'll see. As Chris Young's 0 for 3. First to check on Burns.
He tried to bunt last time in the 5th inning, and it was not a successful attempt. They took it off after 1 pitch.
The bunt bid popped up to Youkilis. Probably the reason they took it off the first time.
Yeah, you know, the first effort he made didn't look real good, you know, and then sometimes the manager sees that, he takes it off. Well, he tried again, and he pops it up right to Youkilis. Bunting underneath the baseball and popping it up.
So unable to move the runner along. Burns at first base with one down. Here's Orlando Hudson. Has walked twice, scored the Diamondbacks' first runs, got a stolen base today. Last time up, struck out. Burns looked like he was going to go. Now will take off on the ground ball to first base, but there's two down. He's going to jump and then stop.
Now first base open. Tracy coming to the plate. He's had a tough afternoon. 3 strikeouts. But you got the right-hander on deck. Let's see how the Red Sox handle this. Tracy just coming off the DL. A few rehab appearances, as Don mentioned earlier. He's had a tough afternoon.
Yeah, 3 of the 9 strikeouts today for Daisuke Matsuzaka. Looking in the first, last 2 times swinging. Diamondbacks trying to grab some insurance here, on top by a run, bottom of the 7th inning. Strike to Tracy. Diamondbacks are just 5 for the last 49 with runners in scoring position. 1 for 8 on the afternoon. Tracy down 0-2. Donnelly, who had retired all 8 batters that he faced in the last 3 games, gives up a leadoff single to Derek Burns. And now stands at second base with 2 outs. Outside, 1-2. Has allowed only 5 of 21 inherited runners to score this season. And coming into games, left-handed batters are hitting a .226 against him, 7 for 31. Tracy down 1-2. Snyder up in the Red Sox pen. Red Sox led it 1-0 today as they grabbed a run in the 4th on the RBI double by Lowell. Diamondbacks tied at 1-1. A run in the bottom of the 4th inning. Stephen Drew knocking that run in. They take the lead in the 6th. And the RBI double by Carlos Quinton. Now 1-2 pitch to Chad Tracy. Outside again, 2-2. In the dirt, and a full count now. Connor Jackson waits on deck. Burns with very good speed at second base. There are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bat grounded foul. Let's go get a new one with a full count.
Stay tuned after the game for WB Mason's Extra Innings with Tom Caron and Ken Maka. Ken will break down today's matchup between Daisuke and Randy Johnson. They'll have highlights from around baseball, including the Pirates and Yankees. It's all right after the game, live in HD, and it's only on NESN.
A lot of conversations between Jason Varitek and Brendan Donald. And another one here. Jason's been out there a couple of times during this at bat.
This is a 2-1 game, but it's taken the pace of an American League game for sure.
The payoff pitch again to Tracy. And he taps it foul. Matsuzaka today going 6 innings, giving up 4 hits, 2 runs, so he's on the hook. Walked 4 and struck out 9. The 3-2. Popped up, foul ground. Varitek will give it a shot as he comes back. He's got room and makes the catch. So an insurance run left in scoring position for Arizona. They take a 2-1 lead to the 8th.
Your flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly, offering snacks for sale for $5. Also available, in-flight magazines for $3. If you'd like to rent a pillow or blanket, that'll be $2. You need to use the restroom? That fee's $4. If you need anything else, feel free to push that call button for a minimum fee of $1.
How far are they gonna go? For 35 years, Southwest Airlines has offered low fares with no strings attached.
You are now free to move about the country.
The curveball will spin up to 30 times a second and break as much as 17 inches. Watch every pitch in clear Panasonic motion. Panasonic Plasma for the speed of sports. Panasonic, ideas for life.
Hello?
Mrs. Anderson, this is Mark Brown. I'm from the collections department of...
Hi. Listen, I'm sorry I haven't made my payment yet. I'll get it in as soon as I can.
Maybe you should call In Charge. They'll work with you and come up with a solution that's right for you.
When life hands you a little more than you can manage, call In Charge Debt Solutions. We're a nonprofit company that puts people back in control by helping them manage their debt. We'll stop the collection calls and we'll help lower your interest rates so you'll have one affordable monthly payment. Call In Charge today.
It's Sunday night. You know where your sports are? Every Sunday at 11:25. Turn to the network you turn to all week long. NESN and the new sports desk lights out. Sundays on NESN. Your sports weekend isn't over until NESN turns.
Welcome back to Arizona, where the game summary is brought to you by your local Lincoln Mercury dealers. The story of this one, Randy Johnson matched up against Daisuke Matsuzaka. Some high strikeout totals as they both end up with 9, both working 6 innings. But it's Daisuke was on the hook in this one because of a double by Carlos Quentin. It puts Arizona on top 2-1. Quentin, the story of this one so far offensively for the Arizona Diamondbacks. New pitcher on now for Arizona as Tony Pena becomes the 3rd pitcher of the day.
Well, we saw him in the ball game last night against the Red Sox. 2/3 of an inning. Did have a strikeout overall, his 28th appearance of the year. 20 strikeouts in 32 2/3. Opponents hitting 173 off Pena.
Youkilis, Ramirez, and Varitek expected in the inning. And the Red Sox trailing by a run. Youkilis has fly to center twice. Last time up, single to left field. A strike over the inside corner. And the hit last time up, it means Youkilis has hit safely in 28 of the last 30 games. Down 0-2.
That's pretty nasty right there. Fastball up and in, first pitch, and that slider down and away from Youkilis. Tight slider and hard.
This one fouled off the catcher. Some American League teams taking it to some National League teams today with some high run totals. The Yankees today beating Pittsburgh 13-6. The Detroit Tigers scoring 15 runs in their victory against the Mets, winning 15-7.
Tigers still leading the American League in runs scored.
Tom Glavine giving up 9 runs.
Kansas City 17. Wow.
Missing up top 1-2. Toronto with 11 runs. Struck him out. 10th strikeout today for Arizona pitching. Daniel strikes out the first batter he faces.
That's pretty nasty slider he's shown Red Sox hitters over the last couple of nights. Again, the slider here to strike out Youkilis. Tough to pick up, a late breaking slider.
One down for Manny Ramirez. He has walked twice, scored the second time he walked, the only Red Sox run today, and then struck out in the 5th. Last strikeout that Randy Johnson was able to secure before he left the game. And controversial in Manny's eyes as he thought he foul tipped it. Home umpire Chris Guccione said that he never hit the ground. His mind in the middle and is down 1-2.
And that's that slider again, which appears to be very, very difficult for those right-handers to pick up.
Struck out Youkilis to begin the inning. He's ahead of Ramirez, 1-2.
Back away again. I guess it's called for being too low. And it probably was. You could see Snyder, the catcher, pull it back up.
Takes ball 3. And a full count now.
Too low again with the slider. From this angle, it always looks like it goes right across the knees.
Full count to Ramirez with 1 out here in the 8th. And he holds up and walks for the 3rd time today. Really not happy with some of the non-strike calls from home plate umpire Chris Guccione.
Well, let's hope it bothers him so much it gets him out of his rhythm, because I'll tell you what, he was ugly against Youkilis.
1 out, 1 on, and here's Jason Varitek. After hitting from the left side with the right-hander in after having to face Randy Johnson today, which Varitek was 0 for 3 against the Diamondbacks starter, striking out twice and grounding back to the mound.
Well, Veritek had the big hits in the ball game last night for Boston. So far, it's been a rough afternoon.
Trying to drop the bunt down, and it gets a piece of the catcher, Chris Snyder.
Well, he had Tracy back behind that third base bag, and not real deep at third base, but deep enough where he thought he could drop a bunt down for a base hit.
Jason Veritek, Manny Ramirez at first base, held on by Connor Jackson. 8th inning from Arizona with the Diamondbacks on top 2-1. Ball 1-1-1. Veritek against right-handed pitching, hitting at .250 this season, with 4 of his 7 home runs off right-handed pitchers. Is the third pitcher used today by the Diamondbacks, and he's ready with the 1-1 pitch. 2-1.
Well, every now and then you'll see the hit and run play with Veritek at the plate. Damalo Hale looking in for the signs from Francona, now relaying the signs to both of Ramirez and Veritek.
Foul, 2-2.
Well, in last night's ball game, Veritek with the opposite field double off Brandon Lyon. And all the way from first base will come J.D. Drew. Red Sox looking for the same thing here.
Strike 3 call. Second strikeout for Pena, and there's 2 down in the 8th.
Now 3 times Veritek has struck out this afternoon, and 3 times it has been on a fastball.
So 2 away, Manny still at first base, and here's Mike Lowell, who's responsible for the lone Red Sox run today. He doubled in the 4th inning to score Manny from first base. RBI number 47 of the year for Lowell. J.D. Drew available on the bench in this game, as is David Ortiz.
Now they still have Drew, Ortiz, and Hinsky from the left side. Hinsky was never put in the game officially, so he is still available. There's one lefty in the bullpen for Arizona. That's Slayton.
Falling behind Lowell, 2-0. And there's Slayton, the left-hander.
Valverde, the closer, to his left.
Takes a strike, 2-1. Interesting last night that we did not see Valverde in the tie game. He has not worked well in non-save situations and is fresh off a blown save last time out against the San Francisco Giants in the extra inning game here prior to the Red Sox arriving. Roll pops it up. Shallow right, Carlos Quentin. puts it away, and we head for the bottom of the 8th inning. Arizona holding on to a 2-1 advantage.
What does it take to earn AMCI's best-in-class certification for acceleration? Raw horsepower. The all-new, full-size Toyota Tundra. The truck that's changing it all.
Hey! What? We've been waiting here all day. So have I. No. I was here first. That's cardboard cutout. That don't count. You have to go in the back.
Introducing revolutionary performance headwear from New Era. Get it at Olympia Sports.
No. It's okay. I'm the MVP. I get to go in first.
Honey? I think this might be our lucky day.
I think it might be.
I think this is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is.
Yes! It turned blue!
Introducing the Coors Light Cold Activated Bottle. The mountains turn from white to blue when your beer reaches the perfect temperature.
It's blue like your eyes.
My eyes are green!
Only from Frostbrewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Tonight at 11:25, tune in Nesson and let Catherine Tappan wrap up your busy sports weekend in just 35 minutes. Catch Sports Desk Lights Out presented by FW Web. Tonight, Catherine will recap Patriots minicamp with defensive lineman Jarvis Green. Also, Clint Dempsey and Taylor Twellman will be in the studio to talk about the U.S. national soccer team. Catch Lights Out tonight and every Sunday at 11:25. This weekend isn't over until it's Lights Out. 11:25 tonight.
Brendan Donnelly for another inning, or at least to begin the inning, as it is a 2-1 Arizona lead into the bottom of the 8th. He pitched his 7th. And it's Connor Jackson, Stephen Drew, and Carlos Quinton scheduled to bat here in the 8th. A 2-1 Arizona lead. Jackson has fouled out to first and walked twice. Leadoff single to Eric Burns in the 7th inning, then proceeded to get Young, Hudson, and Tracy to get out of the inning. And 1 now to Jackson. The Red Sox, a host of lefties on the bench with J.D. Drew and, of course, David Ortiz available, as is Hinsky, but it's Pena Pedroia. And the pitcher spot expected in the 9th as this one into center field, second straight inning, in which Donnelly has given up a leadoff base hit.
Now Drew coming to the plate. Javier Lopez is throwing in the bullpen for the Red Sox, and looks like Francona may be coming out to make a move.
5 straight innings now that Arizona's had the lead runner on, as they do here in the 8th. And Terry Francona will take the baseball from Brendan Donnelly. It's a 2-1 Arizona Diamondbacks lead. Pitching change from Arizona.
The other day, my neighbor set out to find the best deal on a cell phone, and so did I. She drove all over town convinced that the big retailers offer the best deals.
No, we're out of that phone.
I just went to my computer and logged on to Let's Talk. They make it easy to compare plans from every major carrier. And Let's Talk is the best way to shop for all the latest cell phones. You can order online or call toll-free for deals you won't find anywhere else.
Like the hot BlackBerry Pearl with music and video player, a $369 value, yours free after mail-in rebate and new calling plan.
Let's Talk is easy, uncomplicated, and their deals are much cheaper than retail. I would like to order that.
Keep your old number or get a new one. Let's Talk has the best prices, the best plans, and the most free phones, guaranteed.
Free phones and free shipping without leaving home. Why drive all over town when Let's Talk has the best deals around?
Log on to 25letstalk.com or call now to order your BlackBerry Pearl. Let's Talk, the smarter way to shop for cell phones. So log on or call now. Must be 18 or older, major credit card required.
Stay tuned after the game for Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra with Tom Caron and Ken Maka. They'll have post-game reaction from the Red Sox clubhouse and a look ahead to the homestand against the Rockies and Giants. It's all right after the game, live in HD, and it's only on NESN.
2-1, Arizona on top. The pitching change here in the bottom of the 8th. The runner at first and nobody out. Into the game for the Red Sox is Javier Lopez.
And maybe for just one batter, Lopez making his 20th appearance, his last coming on the 5th against Oakland 5 days ago. An inning in that game, allowed a hit, did have a couple of strikeouts. 10 strikeouts in 14 innings for Lopez.
Mike Timlin up in the Red Sox pen. Warmed up last night but did not get into the game after being activated prior to the game last night.
Well, let's see if they put the sacrifice on here with Drew, the man at first base. Jackson after the base hit, nobody out.
So the single to center field to begin the inning off Brendan Donnelly. Drew is squaring and sends it foul. Drew with a single back in the 4th inning to drive in the first Arizona run today. He was 1 for 3 in the game, picking up his 26th RBI of the season. Bit again, and he's down 0-2.
Once again, you know, these sidearm submarine style pitches are not only tough to hit, they're tough to bunt.
The count 0-2, low still, and on the grass at third base. Pitch outside. 1-2. Jose Valverde, the closer for the Diamondbacks, recorded 21 saves. It's the second best mark in the majors. A new career high for him. He's 21 of 24 in save opportunities. Had 9 straight at one point. By Veritek, but it's ball 2, and it's 2-2 to Stephen Drew.
Guccione's been back and forth tonight, I would say, behind the plate.
Connor Jackson at first base, held on by Youkilis. A 2-2 pitch to Drew. He's outside, full count. Had been 0-2. Quinton waiting on deck. Ball 4, he walks in. So not what the Red Sox wanted out of Javier Lopez in the lefty-lefty matchup. And Terry Francona to get him after the walk to Drew that has runners at first and second with nobody out now for Arizona. And it'll be the return of Mike Timlin. Activated last night. He'll be pitching in his first game back off the disabled list for the Red Sox when we come back to Arizona with the Diamondbacks threatening here in the 8th, already on top 2-1.
Here's an important message for parents. If you or someone you love has taken an antidepressant while pregnant and your baby suffered from either a heart defect or pulmonary hypertension, you may have a claim for a cash settlement and medical expenses. Antidepressants including Paxil, Zoloft, Prozac, and Lexapro have been linked to heart defects and pulmonary hypertension in newborns. If you have taken Paxil, Zoloft, Prozac, or Lexapro, or any other antidepressant while pregnant, and your baby has suffered from either of these defects, call attorney Mark Davis immediately. You may have a claim for a cash settlement and medical expenses. Again, if your baby was injured by antidepressants, call attorney Mark Davis immediately. The call is free and we don't get paid unless you get paid. Call Mark Davis now. Operators are standing by.
2-1, the Diamondbacks on top of the Red Sox here in the 8th. Let's check in with Tina Cervasio.
Don, we've seen how effective this Red Sox bullpen has been over the last few weeks. So when Mike Timlin was activated yesterday, I asked him what he thought of the bullpen, and he gave us his assessment.
Well, first of all, I'm a little jealous, that it's done so well without me. But I'm not surprised. Surprise is not one emotion that I would foresee any of these guys, performing out there. They go out, they're professionals, they know how to throw, they know how to get guys out, and they've done a great job. So, right now I just don't want to disrupt what kind of flow that they have. If I can slowly, fall into the whirlpool as everything's going around, I'll be okay.
And while Timlin was on the DL, he said that the period of time that he spent away from the team kind of gave him a little reality of what it may feel like to be retired. But he said he is not ready to go. He's ready to continue his career, and he says his body feels great. He is very fresh and said that he probably could have been up here a couple of weeks ago.
Hey, Tina, thank you very much. As he comes into a first and second, nobody out situation.
Well, the last time he worked on the mound for the Red Sox was back on May the 2nd against Oakland when he picked up a save in that game. His 10th appearance overall for Mike Timlin. And I think Timlin did expect to be called back a little bit earlier than what he was called back. He made a few extra rehab appearances, which I think took him a little bit by surprise.
When you're that age and you know that you're at one point kind of wasting some bullets, you don't want to spend a lot of time rehabbing. So you can understand his frustration as runners at first and second, nobody out, and Carlos Quentin standing in.
And we'll see how the D-backs play this one, whether they sacrifice with Quentin. Of course, he had a big double back in the 6th inning to drive in that second run.
He is squaring and dropping it down in front. Timlin with one play, and he throws it down the right field line. From third base comes Jackson. Drew is going to try and score all the way from first base. Throw is not going to be in time, and to third base goes Quentin. A bad throw from Mike Timlin turns into 2 additional runs and a 4-1 D-backs lead.
Yeah, that's the last thing you expect there. You're bunting to give up an out and move guys to second and third. The bad throw by Timlin, and all of a sudden this game is broke open. Good bunt right back to Timlin. He had plenty of time to make the throw. He just throws high and wild. And 2 runs come across.
Third error of the day charged to the Red Sox.
I think this would be a great time to squeeze. I don't know if Snyder's a good bunter, but it'd be a great time when you get the Red Sox back in their heels.
Snyder is 0 for 3 in the game. He's grounded out, struck out, flied out. Well, the complexion of this one has changed in a heartbeat. Red Sox are trailing by a run. They now trail by 3. There's still nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. The strike evens a count at 1-1.
Yeah, how strange it is. I mean, the leadoff base hit. Then Drew comes to the plate against Lopez. He quickly gets ahead 0-2 when Drew couldn't get bunts down. He eventually draws the walk. Then they do get the bunt down, and the Red Sox throw the ball away.
Two now to Snyder, who disagrees. Reynolds has come out on deck with a bat in the pitcher's spot. Carlos Quentin 90 feet away at third base with nobody out here in the eighth. Did he go? No, says first base umpire Chad Fairchild. Two and two to Chris Snyder. Outside, full count. The run, the first run is charged to Donnelly. The second run is charged to Lopez. And two inherited runners allowed to score by Mike Timlin. Ball four, and he walks Snyder. I know the Red Sox wanted to stay away from bringing Mike Timlin in a close situation. They opted not to yesterday. They do here today.
Well, as we mentioned, you know, Okajima not available for Francona today. The other option would have been Kyle Snyder or Joel Pinheiro.
Pinch hitter is going to be Mark Reynolds batting in the number 9 spot. First and third for him with nobody out. 321, 4 homers and 15 runs batted in for Mark Reynolds. Pops it up, right side. Youkilis in Fairground makes the catch for the first out. First out recorded by Mike Timlin. It's back up top for Eric Burns.
Francona adjusting his infield, bringing Pedroia in, and now bringing Lugo in. Burns has good speed and is difficult to double up.
Got 3 hits in the game today as he had his 15-game hitting streak come to an end here last night. 0 for 5 showing, but has bounced back in a big way today. A double and 2 singles. Pops it up. Left side this time, taking roll into foul ground. 2 outs. Chris Young coming up. Mike Timlin sent to the Paw Sox on a rehab assignment May 25th. Ended up in 6 appearances, working 4 scoreless innings in his last 3 appearances for the Paw Sox. He opened the season on the disabled list for the Red Sox with a strained left oblique muscle. And had made 2 previous appearances with the Paw Sox, so a lot of games for Pawtucket this year. A couple of different rehab stints.
2 outs, always the possibility of the double steal. I doubt the Red Sox would throw through. Pedroia Lugo separated quite a bit from that second base bag. Of course, that becomes more of an option when there are 2 strikes on a hitter. 2-0 count, though, in the favor of Young.
Whitten still at third base, Snyder at first. And 2 outs now here in the last of the 8th. Sox 3-0.
One of the concerns that Terry Francona had with activating Mike Timlin and having to let Romero go is keeping their fingers crossed that Timlin can stay healthy.
Kyle Snyder back up in the Red Sox pen. Strike it. It's 3-1. He took a step towards first base. Mike Timlin now ranking second in Red Sox history with 306 appearances. He trails only Bob Stanley, who made 552 appearances. Young lines it into left field, a base hit. Carlos Quentin will score, and the Diamondbacks take a 5-1 lead.
Timlin falling behind, and of course the hitters count for Young 3-1. He gets his fastball and hits it hard by Lugo. So what was a very tight ball game going into the ninth inning has opened it up. Have the Diamondbacks with the help of some bad defense.
First and second now with 2 down in the inning. Here's Orlando Hudson. Walked twice, struck out, grounded out. This one tap foul, and it's 0-2.
Look at this road trip down, and with the exception of what, the one game, the first game here in Arizona, the Red Sox bats have been fairly silent on this whole road trip.
A 10-run attack, 12 hits. They finally breaking the bats of the Red Sox, but not the case.
I can't think. I'm trying to think back. There hasn't been one bad starting performance by a Red Sox pitcher on this trip.
All been good. Six previous games, the Red Sox starters have allowed 3 runs or less in each of those 6 games with a 2.76 ERA. This one grounded foul outside of first. This is game 7 of the trip. And we're here in Arizona. Don Orsillo, Jerry Remy, and Tina Savasio bringing you Boston Red Sox baseball in high definition on NESN. Red Sox led in this game 1-0 thanks to an RBI double by Mike Lowell back in the 4th inning. Diamondbacks tied it up and went ahead, going on top 2-1 on a double by Carlos Quentin against Daisuke Matsuzaka, who was on the hook for this one. A 2-1 game into this, the bottom of the 8th. A 3-run inning so far for the Diamondbacks. As Hudson jumps back out of the way, and it's a count of 1-2. An errant throw down the first base line on a sacrifice bunt bid. Mike Timlin scoring 2 runs. Connor Jackson and Stephen Drew each scoring. They've added another run and lead 5-1. Hudson strikes out, and the damage certainly done. We head to the 9th with the D-backs on top of 5-1.
Welcome to Foxwoods. Can I take those for you?
Everybody break down. Everybody get loose now.
Everyone has a wild side. Let yours out at Foxwoods.
Everybody break out. Everybody get loose now. Everybody break out.
Would you like these back? No.
No, we're good.
Everybody break out.
Meet your wild side at Foxwoods.
Like I said, we live in a society where the individual ego and the group dynamic are in constant struggle.
Response? Yeah, I have a response. What?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Nobody said this was going to be easy.
Now see, if Geico.com had taken that approach, instead of telling everyone it's so easy a caveman can do it, I wouldn't be having an existential meltdown right now.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
If you owe over $10,000 to the IRS or state, call American Tax Relief for a free consultation. We've helped thousands of Americans settle their tax debt for a fraction of what they owed.
Once we hired American Tax Relief, the IRS stopped contacting us. That was an immediate relief.
And they settled our tax debt for a fraction of what we owed.
If you owe over $10,000 to the IRS or state, we can help you settle for less, maybe a lot less.
Call 800-294-1563 for your free consultation.
Boston Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by New England Ford Dealers, Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox cable network, Pepsi, Heineken, and by Southwest Airlines. Some changes for the Diamondbacks as Mark Reynolds stays in the game and is in at third base now. Chad Tracy moves from third base over to first base. And the new pitcher, the closer, Jose Valverde.
Now Valverde in save situations 21 of 24. He blew a save in his last outing against the Giants. He gave up a home run in that game to Pedro Feliz. First time we have seen him in this series. 29 strikeouts in 26 innings. Appearance number 29 for Valverde.
He'll face J.D. Drew first, who is going to pinch hit here for Willie Mopena. He had been 1 for 3 in the game. One of the pitchers of record right now, Randy Johnson and Daisuke Matsuzaka on the losing side at the moment, unless the Red Sox can come back here in the ninth. Drew at 246. 4 home runs, 2 of which he hit in the first game of this series. Drew takes ball 1 from Valverde. Valverde with a career high 18 saves last year. He's already surpassed that in 2007. It's 2-0 to J.D. Drew.
He's a bit of a showman on the mound from what I've seen. The very few times I've seen him pitch. And running in from the bullpen without his hat on.
There's a strike 2 and 1. He'll turn 28 in July from San Pedro de Macorís, the Dominican Republic. Signed as a non-drafted free agent 1997. Drew hits it in the air to center field. Chris Young back there for the first out of the 9th inning. Doing all kinds of stuff. He took the hat off, did a little stretch thing out there after he gets the first out of the inning. And here's Dustin Pedroia. He doesn't like that hat on, apparently.
Must be an annoyance for him, Don. As our headsets are for us.
That's right. Pedroia has been on twice today. Intentionally walked and singled after striking out back in the 2nd inning. Sox have been held to 5 hits today. Popped up, foul off first as Tracy heads over, but that'll get back into the seats. The Sox will be getting back late tonight or tomorrow. Enjoy the off day tomorrow and then host the Colorado Rockies beginning on Tuesday night. Way down 0-2 with one out in the ninth. Johnson went the first 6 innings of this game. Alan Peguero an inning. Tony Pena an inning. And now Jose Valverde in the ninth. On the ground at Hudson. 2 down. Kinski will bat here with 2 outs in the inning. 177 with a home run and 5 runs batted in for Eric Kinski. He was 2 for 4 in the series. He was 1 for 3 here last night with a double against Arizona. And fouls the first pitch back to the screen. He's 0 for 4 with 2 walks in 6 pinch hit appearances so far this season. And it'll take something from Hinske if we are to continue with 2 outs here in the ninth inning. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Red Sox able to take the first 2 games of this series. And the Diamondbacks fans hoping that the Diamondbacks can hold on and win this one 5-1. The 0-2 pitch. Hinske takes the ball 1-2. Rays of sunshine making its way through the roof and over by the Red Sox dugout. Get those panes of glass up here on the left and right, and it shines brightly. You see the shadows. The 1-2 pitch. 2-2 to Hinske.
Like 3 straight changeups to Hinske to try to put him away.
Michael Crisp trying to see the action. 2-2 the count to Hinske. Ball 3, and it's a full count. On deck, the top of the Red Sox order, Julio Lugo. The 3-2 pitch to Hinske. In the dirt, and Hinske's aboard. Red Sox have a base runner. So a 2-out walk. That was the 5th walk given up today by Arizona pitching. And Julio Lugo will get a chance. Lugo 0 for 4 today, striking out twice and grounding out twice. Starts off ahead.
97 with that last fastball from Valverde.
The guy's closer with 21 saves on the year. He's in a non-save situation. Runner goes at first as Lugo lifts it foul down the right field line. It's 0-2. Hinske had been off with the pitch. To get back to the bag at first. Oh, 0-2 the count. back to the screen. Valverde able to get J.D. Drew to begin the inning to fly out to center. Pedroia grounded out to second base. A pinch hit walk for Eric Hensky with 2 outs in the ninth. Red Sox trailing by 4 runs. And the 0-2 pitch. Lugo takes the ball as Hensky takes second. Defensive indifference getting Hensky to second base. And now out to the mound is Chris Snyder.
I don't know if that's a Red Sox fan or an Arizona fan, but the rally cap seems to be on, so
it's a good looking lid either way. No, it's Red Sox.
Okay,
there we go.
Still hoping.
Hensky at second base, 2 down. The 1-2 pitch to Julio Lugo. Popped up foul off to the right. Valverde blew his last save against the San Francisco Giants the night before the Red Sox arrived. His 2-2 pitch to Julio Lugo. On the ground, up the middle, Hudson dives, knocks it down. And saves a run because Hensky would have scored, but he knocks it down, and it's first and third with 2 down. Lugo finally getting a hit.
1 for 5 this afternoon for Lugo. So he keeps the inning alive for the Red Sox. And for Melvin, this Valverde performance is taking a little bit longer than he would have liked.
Got the first 2 outs of the inning, but has walked Hensky. The infield hit for Lugo. And Coco Crisp waiting on Valverde to get back up on the hill. There goes Lugo at first as Crisp takes ball 1. He'll take second.
I'll tell you what would be interesting, Don, if Crisp were to reach here, would you hit Ortiz for Euclid? Euclid's been one of the best hitters all season, but
I'd still do it.
Ortiz, yeah, against Valverde has a chance to, he becomes the tying run. Unless you got to get there first.
Second and third, 2 down. There's a strike, and it's 1-1 now to Coco Crisp. Side 2-1. This is the fifth batter that Valverde has faced since coming in. Crisp to center field, but at Chris Young, and the Diamondbacks win it. Valverde has an interesting ninth, but ends up getting out of it without allowing a run. And the Diamondbacks salvage the last game of this 3-game series, beating the Red Sox today 5-1. WBB's extra innings is right around the corner, so stay with us. Jared, I'll be back here in Arizona right after this.
MCI's best-in-class certification for combined acceleration and braking isn't just handed out. You've got to earn it. The all-new, full-size Toyota Tundra. The truck that's changing it all.
You're not going anywhere.
Daddy, everyone dies.
After years of searching for the afterlife, he no longer believes. But on June 22nd,
If I can just get the key to 1408.
some doors
It's an evil world.
should never be opened.
That's what I'm seeing. It's not real. It just ain't as real as it seems.
Based on a terrifying story by Stephen King.
Daddy, don't you love me anymore?
1408, directed by Michael Hofstra, rated PG-13.
Charlie, Henry, wake up. Tom, you're wasting your time sleeping when you could be texting.
Left hand on top, right hand, sending a picture message. Nothing says it like a text message.
Dad.
Text IM, Pix, and Flicks as much as you want to anyone on any network in the U.S. when you switch to the new Verizon Wireless Family Share Plan. Buy Dad an LG and make him an ESPN MVP. Only with VCast. Verizon Wireless.
Well, the Red Sox dropped the final game of the road trip 5-1. The play of the game is brought to you by Boxwoods Resort Casino. A very tight game in the 8th inning, but with 2 men on, the bunt by Quinton, and you'll see Mike Tiblin throw the ball over the head at first base, and 2 runs come across. That really opened the game up for the Diamondbacks.
So Arizona able to take the last game of this 3-game series. For Jerry Remy and Tina Cervasio, I'm Don Orsillo saying good night from the desert. Visit NESN.com or New England Sports Live Online. This has been a presentation of NESN, New England's most watched sports network. It's time now for Tom Karen at the NESN HD Television Center. TC?
Well, Don, thanks very much. Red Sox come home now from what suddenly seems like a very long trip to the West Coast. They lose 4 of the 7 games, not getting the sweep in Arizona tonight. Randy Johnson rolls on against the Red Sox. 8-0 against Boston in the last 3 seasons. 9 strikeouts today. The big unit gets the W. We'll tell you all about it. Ken Maka with us here in the studio. WB Masons Extra Innings coming up next.
Closed captioning for Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Have you heard about the benefits of a reverse mortgage? If you're a homeowner, 62 years or older, and would like to supplement your monthly income, a reverse mortgage could be the key to living comfortably in retirement. U.S. government-insured reverse mortgages allow seniors to convert the equity in their home into cash without having to move or make monthly loan payments. We offer a free information kit and video explaining everything you need to know about a reverse mortgage.
Call 800-300-4519.
A splitter looks like a fastball until velocity is lost and the bottom drops out. Watch every pitch in clear Panasonic Motion. Panasonic Plasma for the speed of sports. Panasonic, ideas for life.
Introducing the new Chicken and Biscuit Bowl from KFC. Layers of mashed potatoes, sweet corn, all white meat chicken, new home-style white gravy, and a 3-cheese blend. And now it comes with a buttermilk biscuit. Dig into great layers of flavor with new KFC famous bowls.
What is Sox appeal? Boy meets girl. Boy and girl watch game. Boy and girl watch game and each other. You and I watch them watching the game and each other. Who's got more game at the game? Find out each week on Sox Appeal, a new original NESN entertainment series premiering July 18th. We're making romance a reality, one game at a time.
Daisuke Matsuzaka on the mound as the Red Sox wrap up the West Coast trip, trying to give the Sox a winning record for the trip and snap his own personal 2-game losing streak. In the 4th inning, Mike Lowell with an RBI double here down the left field line. Manny coming all the way around to first base. 1-0. Red Sox have the lead, and all those Red Sox fans at Chase Field in Arizona cheering as the Sox are looking for the sweep. Daisuke Matsuzaka strikes out. Randy Johnson looking there to end the fourth. As he gets out of the jam, just giving up 1 run, so we are tied to the 6th now. Carlos Quentin hits the double to center. Connor Jackson, the first baseman, will come in to score. That's a long drive for Quentin.